Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. It's your boy DELRAY, Richardson, platinum artist, platinum songwriter, Straight Game TV. Thank you for tuning in this morning. We're back, gavel to gavel, with the Diddy coverage of his trial. Jane is back on the stand, still going over through cross-examination by Tini Garagos. We're going to get into it. 1 second. Let's get into some of this straight game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're back. As you see, they're having a few discussions. The prosecution, if the defendant wants to take the stand and subject himself to cross-examination, then fine. The judge, the questions without the voice note would not be for the truth of the matter asserted. The prosecution, this would be a backdoor way to get this in. So right now they're arguing about trying to get a certain piece of evidence in, if you will. Janine, intelligent hoodlum. Alina, Maddox, Kane, Rodney, Vizion, Jim D. What's good? Aura. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. The judge says, so I agree with the government on those portions of the voice notes and other, in order then excluded. Some questions will be permitted. If you feel they've become a basis for introduction, you can call for a sidebar. Now, the U.S. wants more of Jane's notes or diary. So, once again, I don't think the prosecution think that they're actually winning at this particular point. So now they want more of Jane's notes or diary entered into the record, because what they dealt on the direct examination or the direct cross wasn't enough. It wasn't, the doom, the gloom, the doom, the gloom. And right now, what's happening under this situation, it just doesn't seem like it's going in their favor at this particular time, ladies and gentlemen. That's basically what it seems like to me. So, right now, you see, this is what they're doing. You see. Give you some other perspective over here. "47 seconds ago, it says, Combs is still wearing the same orange sweater and khaki pants from yesterday during deliberations with the judge. Prosecutions asked if Combs could take the stand." Well, I would think that would be totally up to him from that perspective. I don't think that they have a good case. Like I said, if they're asking whether Diddy could take the stand or not, it just doesn't seem too, yeah. I mean, prosecutions, I don't know if they usually ask, but most of the time you wouldn't hear that would be something that they would ask, right? And as you see on the other note, they basically want to enter some more of Jane's notes, if you will, from her personal diary. What's interesting about the Jane diary thing is that it's like they told her, because you can come up with this diary, and they told her, you could write down all of the feelings that you had, and we'll call it a diary. You know what I mean? and we'll try to get that in as evidence. I mean, I just don't see, from a larger perspective, how that really works in favor of the the government any other way. It's like, can we get some of her diary notes? Like, you can get her actual testimony of what her true feelings are. I mean, like I said, once again, the diary thing, I just don't see how that really, if it is what it's supposed to be, right? And so, in this right here, so that we understand. Excuse me. It said this young lady right here, according to a statement made in court yesterday, the prosecution, AUSA Comey, will call Ayana Sankar and as a summary witness in the Diddy trial. She won't testify on her personal experiences, but will help the jury understand complex evidence like transactions, messages, and timelines. I mean, they got a timeline witness. Look like she being watched by some dude in the background of this picture right here. Check it out. So this young lady right here will be testifying. Like I said, I don't see the relevance based on the fact that she didn't review or interview anybody involved with the case. I mean, I think juries are pretty savvy on timelines, messages, and transactions. I mean, they do that every day at the grocery store. Messages, I'm sure people receive those from other people as well as on their phone and timelines, But, I would think that the prosecution as well as the defense will lay out timelines. But, hey, what do we know, right? What do we know? A judge basically said once there is a motive to fabricate, the statement cannot come in as a prior consistent statement. This fact pattern does not appear to have previously arisen. 2 time periods. The defense argues it would be improper. They post-date the lawsuit. Absolutely. Like I said, thank you for everybody to come back this morning. I appreciate you. Michael Parker up early. Prosecutors know they are fumbling the case and are looking for a Hail Mary, and the judge has no integrity and is a prosecutorial shill. I wouldn't say that. I mean, like I said, but yeah, I always thought about stuff like that too, man. Who does this judge work for? Does he work for the government, or are they supposed to be independent, independent advocates, or independent entities, if you will? But no, I don't think so. I don't think this judge is a prosecution shill. I think, he's trying to call it fair, and if it's unfair, like I said, the judge is just the judge. That's why there's always the appeal process. So it really doesn't matter, like his, personal stand. If you want to side with the prosecution, anything that he does can be brought up in an appeal. Like, hey, you know what? Every piece of evidence that we tried to bring in, he shot down. Every piece of evidence they tried to bring in, he allowed it. So, you know what I mean? Once again, you can also prove that in an appeal. Thank you, Michael Parker. I appreciate you. Gerald Pipers, Chad Martin, Zach Candy, Country 87, a Boss Lady Remy, Andre Nelson. I'd like to say thank everybody for coming through. Like I said, this young lady will be coming and testifying as to transactions, messages, and timelines. This is not this is not a RICO case, man. Like I said, when you got to bring somebody into complex evidence like transactions, nah. To try to make it seem like it's something that it's not, yeah, you really reaching transactions, timelines, and messages. those things are pretty self-explanatory, if you will. But okay. So basically, they're going over, I think, a few things, whether they're gonna let certain things in as evidence, if you will. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up button. Share this on your Instagram, Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, whichever apparatus you have. Let them know that we over here, Straight Game TV, reporting this gavel to gavel coverage of the Diddy trial. I watched a tape of Tisa Tells yesterday. It is so it's so disappointing to watch her. You know, like I said, you know, I'm with anybody trying to, you know, do their thing and reporting on this, right? But like I said, the reason why a lot of these internet people don't, you know, give you the gavel, because as you notice at the end, it's done. After we get finished doing this, it's done. I really don't have much to say because it's all been said, and it's all been said from the witness stand. Like, you know, yesterday, Tisa Tells did this thing, and I was like, wow. Like, she was like, oh, you know, Diddy, they made it just so Diddy will not get off. And it's like, I understand now she's feeding to an audience that hopes that Diddy goes to jail instead of just basically simply telling the truth. I get it. You know, if a person's wishing one thing and you supply them with the hopes and wishes, or the move in the direction of their hopes and their wishes, or talk in the direction of their hopes and their wishes, and then they tend to listen to you. I think one does themselves such a disservice when they do that, based on the fact that a person can come up with any kind of narrative that they want. It's still not based in truth and fact, but hey, one will do what one will do, and it was just like a bunch of gibberish, you know. Oh, and then she actually said something like, and I was like, oh wow. I'm like, what's really going on? But like I said, that's why I say click the like button, click the share button, click the thumbs up, because you know, if people really want to be informed, for only for the people that really want to be informed, I mean, you're gonna tune into somewhere that's giving you the actual what's going on. So at the end of the day, you don't have to hear nothing that they have to make up or, you know, come up with, and hopefully try to get you to think about something that didn't really happen, or just their little 5-second spin on it, you know, in order to get you in for a click or a view. That's just my observation on that. I thought it was interesting that was happening. So, yeah, it's like like what? You know, the defense didn't, like, no, it didn't. We sat here and we watched yesterday everything that they said from beginning to end. And all of a sudden now, Tisa Tells got something to say in regards to something that didn't even take place on this little notepad that she has, when in fact we're getting it, the gavel to gavel coverage from what's going on inside the courtroom. You know, and not only that, from that perspective, but just I'm also bringing the the sidebar information from that perspective, which I mean, or putting it into context, because some of the stuff, like, it doesn't give you every word, but I'm able to pull that up and then read a little bit more about what the actual, because there's a lot of important information that, but now that's why we have two sources. You know what I mean? We got Inner City Press and we got Diddy trial updates. So we're gonna bring you both sides of the argument. I think Diddy trial updates is a little bit more accurate as to how it's being laid out, and it's also numbered as far as the testimony is concerned. So, which is awesome. Well, like I said, but I mean that could mean anything. Like the juror's too black. You know what I mean? We know we don't. And then once again, like I said, it's also trying to line up one's, verdict. I want the verdict to go in my favor, and I don't think that I'm gonna get a verdict with this guy. He's too animated. I don't think animated goes against the rules of candor, if you will, from that perspective. So we have to wait and see what that is, man. It's like, it's just, Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution Comey says, I know we're delayed in bringing the jury in, so I don't want to push about getting this in. A judge, go ahead and push. It's just that the government already put in a lot of messages on this. AUSA, we want in her, I felt obligated 98% of the time. See, once again, we're not talking about, they're talking about feelings, right? You see that statement there, right? What she felt and what actually was going on are two different things. This is like the neutron dance. You know what I mean? I felt like I had to. No. Did you have to actually do it? No, you didn't. You actually had a choice. And she's basically said that. Hold on. Not only that, yesterday, Jane basically admitted that she threatened Diddy with free calls. Like, because she went on a vacation, because he went on a vacation with his other girlfriend, Gina, and told him, if you don't come back off the vacation with Gina, I'm not going to give you what you want for Valentine's Day. And according to the information and evidence, he came back a day earlier. And not only did she have one entertainer, that they called it, but she had two for Diddy on Valentine's Day, ladies and gentlemen. So she was in competition. She didn't feel obligated, right? She felt like that was some kind of control mechanism, according to her own testimony. So the prosecution asking about, we want in, I felt obligated 98% of the times. This is not about feelings. Court is about facts. And the fact is, your feelings are valid, but they don't make what you're saying a fact. And this is from what they're calling a diary. When was this diary written? You got to really be able to see through the madness, man. But yet they want a black juror gone, based on the fact that somehow this juror lacks candor, if you will. This is interesting, man. Really, really interesting. You see, and this is what you call what they say, Thursday morning quarterbacking. 2 days because they had her on Tuesday. No, I think they got her on Tuesday, and the prosecution had all this time to sit back and ask these various questions, right? They should have this should have already been let in. This should have, like I said, if we're going from a diary, we should be going from her feelings. And see, once again, they have to try to go from this diary because and that's the way to get it in. Because if they left anything out, they can say, "Oh, these are already prior statements." They should have brought that in already. So that just goes to show you that the presentation of the government's case is sloppy. You want just one statement in? I felt obligated 98% of the time. Like I said, her feelings are very valid. But like I said, what's actually happened, in these text messages and these communications is what's real, not coming from a diary she could have wrote prior to this trial, and then giving it to the government and saying, "Oh, this is my diary. I used to keep notes." It's crazy, man. And I want to see if the judge actually allows this in. Okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The judge says, "I'm going to reserve. Now can we bring in Jane?" The prosecution, Comey, "Your Honor, we made an application through your deputy judge. I think it is reflected on this post-it note. Question, isn't this post-it note now a judicial document? Will it be docketed?" Once again. So they writing post-it notes and all of this other stuff. Man. Woo. Crazy. Okay, so check this out. Let's see. Because we getting, this is awesome because we got two sets of information. Two people recording in the courtroom. The message the judge said, that message wasn't genuine. It was calculated. It reads like a self-serving. It was talking about Diddy. So the last message, the judge, the audio message will not be admitted into evidence. Garagos, understood. May I still ask Jane what Mr. Combs told her about how he understood her feelings regarding the hotel nights? The judge, yes, you may ask her about what he said, but the recordings itself stays out. So I guess the judge has spoken, and he ain't joking. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. If you had not subscribed to the channel yet, please do. Well, like I said, it really doesn't matter. Like I said, if the judge feels like, hey, you know what, he said he was going to reserve, so I don't think he let in that last statement. with him saying that he was going to reserve at this particular time. They probably can try to fight for it under on redirect, if you will. But as far as he's concerned right now, he said he was going to reserve. So let's see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen. So as we see right here, the judge, now can we bring in Jane? Prosecution, Your Honor, we've already made an application through your deputy. Judge, I think it is reflected on this post-it note. Right now, 1 minute ago, the judge, lead counsel, and Jane's lawyer, right, are now having a meeting in the judge's robing room. As to what that's about, we don't know. Let's see. Like I said, we got the 2 sets of information, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring you, like I said, I think, from what I understand, this is as real as it gets. Like I said, you got two sets of information come from out the courtroom. And, yeah. So if you don't know on one end what's happening, or you will know on the other. So check this out. So yeah, here we go right here. Look. So the judge also said, let's have a brief discussion in the robing room with Jane and Jane's counsel, Combs, Atini Gergos. Can I come too? Judge, of course. Question, is this about the hit list of publication Jane's counsel said she would submit, but it's not in the docket? I don't know what that means as far as some hit list of publication, if you will. But I guess we're going to find out, right? It's funny. Also, doing the transcript, like when you get the live transcript, all of the, I think sometimes in the roving room, the court reporter goes back there and records what goes on in the roving room. I know it does actually happen in the sidebars too. Um, so this is what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. I went to say it's wild that Jane Doe and Cassie thought that they were above all or better than all these other women, and they did the most disgusting things. Jane Doe is the worst of them all. Um, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even say thinking that they're above any other woman. I just think that they had they were blessed with the physical beauty. I mean, you know what I mean? To be very attractive, and you know, a lot of people think sometimes because you with somebody and or they may have succeeding in snagging some rich guy, whatever, that the grass would be greener on the other side. Now, but it's to each person's own, to each his own, how they see it, how they view it. You know what I mean? Um, and that's the thing about life. You know, they say one man's trash is another man's treasure, and one woman's trash is another woman's treasure. So I guess it all depends on who the person is and the value that they may see in a certain situation, right? Versus, you know, what it truly honestly is. I think that's what I take from it. You know? Yeah, and Anonymous 3, she's still on cross. They're having some kind of discussion in the judge's robing room, as you can see by the display of what's going on. Like I said, we got two people inside the courtroom, if you will, um, and so we'll be able to bring you the most detailed events of what's going on inside the courtroom, if you will. Teeny Gargos was like, the judge was like, let's have a brief discussion in the robing room with Jane and Jane's counsel. Combs, Teeny Gargos was like, can I come too? Like, I need to hear what's going on. And I'm sure one of the prosecution lawyers also went in there, to see what was going on, if you will. Yeah, Martin Dixon, we would beg to differ. That we think that Jeannie Garagos has done a great job. I don't know what, like I said, a lot of times I don't know what people, hope to or wish to happen. Like I said, some things you got to do it with strategy and finesse. You know what I mean? Um, but yeah, yesterday, as a matter of fact, for the people that were here yesterday, we know in fact that by one of the questions, simply being stated that Jane broke down emotionally when talking about her son and how it was a communication between Diddy and Jane, and that she told Diddy that you make my son so happy. You know what I mean? I think that was the shot. A great points for Diddy, if you will, from that perspective. Like I said, we understand the points taken away, the domestic violence, all of those things. Like I said once again, but as a fact, not something that we are just saying here. That's why when we over here doing it, I mean, a person can, like I say, they can say what they want to say, but at the end of the day, it is very well proven that this is not a RICO case, right? This is somebody who's having a relationship with somebody when, in fact, she mentions to the person who she's in a relationship with, and she says that, you make my son so happy, So it's just a different vibe. Like I say, people interpretation things are going to be different. We understand that, but we cannot be misled by misstatements by somebody's observation, because everybody's going to perceive it the way that they perceive it. But in fact, it is a fact that Jeannie Garagos has been doing an awesome job of I would say, I wouldn't even say humanizing Diddy. It's not even that. Of just asking the real questions based on real statements, based on real text messages, emails, and communications that were actually going on at that particular time. Not some kind of revisionist thing where you get somebody on the stand and they tell you, well, I felt obligated 98% of the times, like what the prosecution wants to try to get in as evidence now. This is not about your feelings. This is about the facts, right? And so when somebody in real time communicates with each other versus you want to get something submitted from a diary that somebody wrote, you don't know when they wrote the diary. Like I said, the prosecution could have said, hey, you know what? We need you to write down all of the feelings that you had about, these freak offs or whatever. And we need you to, and you're going to give it to us and as a form of your diary that you had been keeping notes from that perspective, right? So yeah. I mean, I think that's very important. But like I said, one can have their opinion. It's cool. It's all good. Right here you see when they were trying to get in the what you say what the 98% comment, right? When they said I felt obligated 98% of the time. It's not what you felt. It's where you obligated to do what. And she wasn't. You know what I mean? And like I said, that's like a Monday morning quarterback move. Like, that's not what she just told Jeannie Garagos in cross-examination. She said she loved him. I don't know if you've seen the cliffhanger that was there yesterday, but in fact, yeah, that's what we're looking at. Like I said, a lot of times I don't know what kind of information. They must be over there on Tisa Tells, looking at what she's saying. Because The information that we getting from inside the courtroom does not say that at all. So this is a little side note in reference to the juror, if you will. They basically said we are the judge said we are still expecting to hear from Judge Harun Subramanian about the juror who prosecutors claims was not forthcoming during the selection process and want thrown from the case. Combs' legal team has called this a thinly veiled effort to dismiss a black juror. During the jury selection, the 41-year-old man from the Bronx told lawyers that he worked at a correctional facility, read the New York Post and GQ, and was a fan of 90s hip hop, a reggaeton, and fantasy football. He has a daughter. Sean Combs' defense requested time Wednesday to respond to the government's allegations. So I don't know how that's going to play into it. So they feel like he if he's a fan of 90s hip hop, then he's too much of a fan of Diddy. I guess. I don't know. Well, he could be a fan of Tupac, if you will, and not like Diddy, you know. "9:53 a.m. They are still in the robing room, but whatever is being discussed has not been docketed despite this prior granted application by Inner City Press." Well, they still, what's the name of it, right? They still discussing it. Inner City Press be about his business. He ain't playing. He like, look, I need to see everything. You know, I need to be able to see everything. Well, hopefully they do docket the discussion that was going on in the judge's chambers, if you will. Remember, they're in there talking to Diddy's Jane, and Jane's attorney is being paid for by Diddy. So I don't know what they possibly could be discussing this long, but whatever it is, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, give me 1 second. back, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know if they're back yet, but we're going to see. I don't know. Was this a stall tactic or something? Yesterday, I got a comment by somebody who was like, yeah, man, those moments of silence, man. A lot of times, it is silent, like you're waiting for the post to come up. That's why I got two sources of information now, right? And also, ladies and gentlemen, while I'm doing this, I'm also trading stocks, right? I'm on the stock market. So when you see me look sometimes and I look over here like that and I look over there like that, I'm actually looking at the stock charts and seeing if anything's running, you know what I mean? So I can get in and get out, right? So day trading, whether it's swing trading, I'm doing it as I'm doing this information also. So I'm double tasking on a real level. You know what I mean? I'm looking at stocks to buy. I'm looking at stocks to sell. So yeah. Absolutely. Dad Miller TV said he's stalling them out like Debo. JP6 Gunner, Dad Miller TV, Queen for Life, Ravens Fan 22, Mark Jag, Southpaw TV, Kane, Classic, Anonymous 3, Queen for Life Winter, Fatima in the building, always a pleasure. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Sean Keith Bronner, Letitia, Classy in the building. Who else? Fact Check TV, Boss Lady Remy, Money Mike, Mark Jag, Anonymous 3. If I missed you, let it be known that you in the chat and you all that. Absolutely. And also shout out to the people that are not in the chat but are listening from outside the chat. We see you. We see you, man. We see you. It's been approximately 24 minutes that they've been in the judge's chamber, ladies and gentlemen. That's why Teeny Gergos basically was saying that she wanted to be there. It's important that you show up and be who you are, right? Check this out. So they took Diddy back to the 9:59 a.m. council, including to Jane, are still in the robing room, Judge Submarinian, Sean Combs has been taken back by the marshals back into his holding cell, a bathroom break. And on what topic would witness Jane's counsel be getting so play? The jury waits. You know what would be interesting if Jane Doe said, Jane said she don't want to testify no more. I'm done. They can have their immunity agreement back. I don't think she'll be able to do that, but it'd be interesting if they were trying to do that. It's interesting. See what we got over here, man. So my thing, like I said, once again, well, you know, this was supposed to be dealt with yesterday, man. They keep coming up with these old, you know, we need to talk in the robing room. Sean Combs has been taken by marshals back into his holding cell, bathroom break. And on what topic would witness Jane's counsel be getting to play as jury waits? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, they back from the robing room. I think we're about to get down to it. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I said, we appreciate each and every one of you guys for tuning in to Straight Game TV. 10:05, counsel are back from the robing room now. Agnofilo, Shapiro, and still huddle around Combs, talking with him. A decision has been made. And let's see what the decision is. It might be something major league, man. We don't know yet, man. We don't know yet. Let me see. We're going over here. Boom. Like I said, we got great information, ladies and gentlemen. Share, click the share button. Share it on your Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, LinkedIn. Yeah, we got great information over here. No need to wonder what's going on. Don't let nobody tell you, you know what happened today? All you got to do is tune in if you have the time. You see it, Combs was led out of the courtroom briefly by the marshal and is now back. A defense is back and huddled around him. What's going on? That's what we're trying to figure out, ladies and gentlemen. What's going on? What's happening, man? If it's happening, you're going to find out right here. Straight Game. Let's go. Let's see what happens, man. And maybe Jane might, I would hope, I don't know. Maybe she folded. Was like, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. You know, what if she was told something else, though? What if she was told that, you know, she was coming and testifying, you know? Yeah, I really don't know. This is interesting. This is very interesting right here, ladies and gentlemen. as you see right now, 10:08. Now Xavier Donaldson goes from middle to the back table to talk with Combs. Meanwhile, Ignafalo is in the front talking with AUSA Comey. Jane is still not on the witness stand. I think she don't what's her name? She might have backed out, ladies and gentlemen. She might not want to go through this no more. It might be a little too bit, like I said once again. You know what? I wonder if that can happen. Like she could be like, I'm coming from up under this immunity agreement. If they want to lock me up, lock me up. You know what I mean? For all intents and purposes, right? I mean, they really, like I said, they really have not proven anything. Now, that's just me speculating right now, and I will admit that. But, I mean, this is not, like I said yesterday, if you was watching along and going along with the case, this is not a RICO case, ladies and gentlemen. It's not. It's not a sex trafficking case. This is two people's relationship. She said at the end of yesterday, if you listen to the cliffhanger, you watched the video from yesterday, it was a cliffhanger. Jeannie Garagos got her to admit. She was like, I loved him. I'm in love. I loved him. You know what I mean? Despite all of the things that they tried to make it seem on direct examination. We're going to see. Let's see what happens, man. Absolutely. Uh-oh. Here we go. Look, check this out. What? She smiled and snarled. What did she smile and say? Comey? What she smile and say? Is it not going to work out for you? That's one of them parsing of the lips smile, right? We can't make her, Say Jane isn't, say AUSA. The prosecution smiled and shrugged. What that's the parsing of the lips and the smile and the shrug? When she got back to her team, something is happening. Absolutely it is. Jane isn't back yet, but Combs, Ignafalo is now talking to AUSA Comey. Once again, this is me speculating. After listening to that testimony, you don't have no RICO case. You don't have no RICO case. And she can go back and say, you know what? I wasn't being sex trafficked. And I'm going to say I wasn't being sex trafficked. And I'm going to say that X, Y, and Z. Like, you got to think about what happened yesterday, man. And like I said, once again, this is speculation. But you can't duck facts. You can't try to make it seem like something that it actually isn't. No, 50 probably hit it. 50 probably was like, no, because when you think about what it is, think about it, man. 50, if 50 heard yesterday what she said in the message to Diddy, like, you make my son so happy. It's one thing, and I'm just, like I said, once again, you're dealing, it's one thing to not like a person, but it's another thing that man was there, and 50 didn't need Diddy to be there for his son. Let's be clear. He didn't need that. 50 been there for his child. For as we know, and we see the videos online, all of that. But another dude she dealing with, the dude Diddy treated her like a queen, man. You know what I mean? On side of the sexual things that they were doing and all of this, that, and the other, that was consensual, right? He paid the girl rent. He gave her $13,000 for a birthday to have a birthday with a friend, even though he was with another woman. But he never lied to her. So, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, we still waiting to see what happens, right? And let's just see what happens, ladies and gentlemen. Because it got kind of testy yesterday. Hello. Let's go. Jane still isn't back yet, but I got this right here for you. Check it out. I don't think she won't testify no more. And it wouldn't even be about 50 wanting to get his child or whatever, but it could be something like that, like I said. Okay, check it out. Say Jane isn't back yet. She said it's likely that this could be about the juror the AUSA want to recuse. Yesterday, the judge gave the defense 24 hours to respond to the allegation that the juror was not forthcoming. He is a 40-year-old man from the Bronx who works at a correctional facility and enjoys 1990s hip-hop. Okay, we're going to see if that's what it is. Now, Xavier Donaldson in the middle of the room went to the back table. Let's see. Hold on. Could be about the jury, you know. Said now, 10-11, now Nicole Westmoreland, too, is back with Combs. He sits surrounded by 5 or 6 lawyers talking and gesturing with his hands. Like I said, once again, at the end of the day, we're gonna see what's going on, man. What's going on? What the goings on? I mean, it could be about the juror. Now, another thing. Let's check this out. Another thing. Let's say, for instance, Jane went back and watched something on TV talking about the jury, and they trying to remove a black jury, right? What if she said to herself that, oh, that ain't fair, you know what I mean? So this is racist then. You know, it could be anything, like anything, because, you know, going back and talking to Jane's counsel and Jane's lawyer, I don't see how that would have anything to do with the jury. But it could. You never know. It could. You just never know, right? Uh-oh. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting hot in here. It's getting hot in here. Check this out. Look. The lawyers have once again entered the judge's robing room. Ladies and gentlemen. All of the lawyers have gone back to the judge's robing room. Let's see what happens. Will they dismiss this goddamn case? We don't know yet. What if Jane said, if the jury is dismissed, I'm not testifying no more. Because this looks like a lynching of a black man. What if she said that? What if she actually said that? And they're now forced to think about whether they want this juror dismissed or not. I'm serious. It's a strong possibility. You know she still got feelings for Diddy. And she see that. She's like, no. Y'all talking about y'all want the juror off because he a fan of hip hop or whatever, and all of this. That's a possibility, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's a strong possibility. A very strong possibility. That she said, it's just not going the way. Yeah. No, it's not that I saw that. I'm just saying first of all, when they went back to the judge's chambers, it was just her lawyer, and I believe probably Tina Garagos went back, and probably another Comey, because Comey was doing she was making all the objections, right? But you got to understand, everybody's back there now, right? And Jane has not come out yet. Yeah, Letitia, I why would you say that? Why would you say that? It's not, like I said, once again, at the end of the day, you got to understand, they gave her immunity. She signed an immunity deal, right? So why wouldn't she say that? I don't think you understand. They gave her immunity and for her testimony, right? And saying that, well, she would incriminate herself, right? we're going to have to see what happens. Yeah. Elena Maddox, like I said, it could be anything. Like I said, right now, I'm just brainstorming as to, what this really could be about. That is just serious that all of these lawyers had to go back to the judge's chambers, if you will. So, yeah. Because, see, remember, the jury, I don't think it had nothing to do with the jury because the judge hadn't decided anything. He was ready to bring in Jane, and it was ready to proceed. So he had said nothing about that. It was Jane's lawyer and Jane who wanted to talk to the judge. And Jane could be like, she could simply say, I don't want to testify no more. I'm done. It's a wrap. It's too detrimental to my family. You know what I mean? You got listen to me, man. I don't think a lot of people really get this. You think that the money that Diddy was giving her not only took care of her, he's still paying her rent, paying for a lawyer. You think that money was helping her and her family too? You don't think that Diddy ever probably gave money to anybody in her family too? Come on, y'all. And you got to think about it like, hey, y'all were doing what y'all were doing. But that ain't got nothing to do with, they trying to make this criminal. They trying to make what you did in your private time in the bedroom criminal, ladies and gentlemen. Have we lost perspective of what's really going on here? They trying to make what they were doing in their bedroom on their private time a criminal act. However egregious it might be to you, me, or anybody else, right? That's what they're basically trying to do. When you get to the realization of what that is and all of the questions that are being asked, you kind of sit back and think, hold on. Right? you sit back, you think, hold on. Didn't do that to anybody. Right? This wasn't no casting couch situation. This was a real relationship. However flawed it may have been, that's what it was. Yeah, man. So I think a lot of people miss that. You gotta get away from your feet. Like I'm just looking at it just from a real perspective. I mean, they could do that to anybody. Like I said, dude, you can't fly a girl in no more. If you like her, y'all met in Vegas one time and she lives in Kansas City and you live in New Mexico. You fly. Come on, man. What's really going on? I won't even think that. Like I said, I won't even go as far as no deal. You can only take what's owned by Diddy. You can't just go into, like, he got holding companies. His mother got a holding company. If you really know all of the business behind that, I think Diddy was well smart about handling his assets and finances and things like that. I don't think that would be an issue, even though they reported that on television. A lot of times, that's just talking points, man. Now, I think that she probably said, I wasn't sex trafficked. And y'all not going to make me say that I was. I think, think about it. Just think about what they've been trying to do, ladies and gentlemen. People not paying attention. They told us that there was kids involved. Y'all forget what y'all have digested in the media for these last couple of months. Let's not get amnesia. It was kids involved, Justin Bieber, Will Smith, all of these people and things that they said, it simply wasn't true. Like I said, if what they were doing in their bedroom, when they were, entering, and this is something that's done. You see that she said that they was going to go to a sex party. This type of stuff is done all the time. Now, we don't know how any financial transactions take place at these sex parties or whatever, right? But in fact, hey, this ain't nothing new, man. This ain't nothing new, ladies and gentlemen. And they still in that room talking. You know what I mean? If she, listen to me, if she recants her testimony, you got to understand something, ladies and gentlemen. She's on the cross-examination. If she comes in there and she says, I wasn't sex trafficked, they set me up, they got me to sign this immunity deal, had me thinking that I did something wrong, when in fact all I did was involve my sex life. If she says some shit like that, the jury would be like, not guilty. And so you got to understand, she's under cross-examination right now. She's not under direct. If she came in there and said that, it'd fold the whole case. Period, point blank. So we got to know what Jane talked about before all of these lawyers went back to the judge's chambers. I'm telling you, watch. we got to know what she talked about. That's why Inner City Press was talking about, whether, this judge's roving room situation was going to be on the docket or not, right? So it's been almost an hour, dude. It's been an hour. Yeah, it's been an hour. They trying to bring in, look, you had to pay attention. The prosecution was trying to bring in a statement from her diary talking about, she felt obligated 98% of the time. What? I just told y'all. She felt obligated? Was she obligated? No. What her feelings was, they're valid, but they're not facts. Was she being forced to do anything? No. Did she love Diddy? No. I mean, yes. Did he make her son happy? Yes. Did he pay her rent? Yes. Is he paying it now? Yes. Did he pay for a lawyer? Yes. Come on, man. What? We gonna see. That's why we waiting here. This moment of suspense. Yes, indeed. Mm-hmm. She might come back out there and proceed to testify. Or she might not. Let's go. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button. If you had not subscribed to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, please do. Like I say, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. What was that? Kim West. Kim West is back. When you ask Kim West a question, Kim, why you run yesterday, Kim? We was asking you a question. Kim West sound like Kim West, like, I really don't have nothing to say. What's up, Kim West? It's all good. Look, Kim, like, I don't really have nothing to say. I just come in and antagonize people a little bit. Trying to keep us on our toes. Ladies and gentlemen, something serious is going on. I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right. Something so serious is going on that it couldn't happen out in the courtroom. Because usually certain issues, evidentiary issues, they take that outside, in the courtroom without the jury there, without the witness there. You know what I mean? But yeah. Ooh, Mr. G, look what that done did to me. And they can't compel her to testify. Like I said, yes, it's a slippery slope, man. The funny part, like the drug use part. She was using drugs too, right? And when they got her to testify that she allegedly transported drugs and whatever, and all of this stuff, right? I mean, man, that's a rehab situation. She was getting high too. You know what I mean? You gonna try to give a person possession after the fact by saying, "Oh, they admitted to transporting drugs." Come on. It's crazy. It's preposterous, right? But like I said, it said the prosecution Comey came out there and shrugged and smiled, shrugged like, "There's nothing we can do, ladies and gentlemen. We can't make her testify, and she don't want to testify no more." I mean, you're gonna lock up what you're calling a victim when you want to use her to prove that Diddy is wrong. But now all of a sudden, oh no, we're going after you for drug possession. And I thought she was a victim. you see what I'm saying? I thought she was a victim. You know what I mean? So she don't want to testify for you no more, for the government no more. So now you're gonna charge her and lock her up and charge her with what? What you gonna charge her with? Sex trafficking? You can't. How you gonna charge her with sex trafficking if you say that she's a victim? It doesn't really work, man. It doesn't really work. Okay, here we go, ladies, and check this out. Hey, Westmoreland probably coming asking Diddy, "Look, this what they offering you." It says 1029. Now Combs are speaking one-on-one with Nicole Westmoreland as Driscoll and Xavier Donaldson stand between the tables. This all began before 10 a.m. More than half an hour now. What could be going on, y'all? What's going on with the goings on? We bringing that gavel to gavel. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Let them know we over here. We got it for you, man. We got it for you. Yes. Let's go see what they doing, man. Yeah. Hey, look. You can anticipate what you want to anticipate. It just doesn't seem like it's simply going in the direction that they wanted it to go, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't seem like it's going in the direction that they wanted it to go. So this is on a side note. We can read into this what we want, right? Uh, Side note, Sean Combs was very animated during the court extended break. It's unclear what was being discussed in Judge Aaron Submarinian's robing room, but Combs did not appear to be pleased as his lawyers huddled to discuss the issue among themselves. This is what they're saying. Uh, Wearing a yellow sweater, Combs was seated as his stable of lawyers stood around him. He appeared to be talking passionately, uh, gesticulating with his hands. At one point, he appeared to be tapping his fingers sequentially, as though counting out talking points. His lawyer stood sober-faced, attentive as he spoke. So this is a side note of somebody who's actually in the courtroom. A lady by the name of Ann. I said, the lead counsel and prosecutor, as well as James' attorney, have returned to the robing room to continue talking with the judge. So that's on the side note. Like I said, that's the only thing that I could really see is that I can see. I don't like I said. I don't know. You know, but it don't look good. Jane went in there first. Jane, like whatever they talking about, it is what it is. But she went in there first, and who knows what's going on, man. Killer Rob, what's good? Quan in the building. Charles Webb, YT Miro, Anonymous 3, E Styles in the building. What's good? No, but it's not even whether the judge is fishy. The judge is only there to judge the case. He could let it. I'm telling y'all, a lot of times, yeah, that plays out. With somebody like Diddy, that wouldn't really work because he got money. You know what I mean? It's like you can railroad the average defendant. You know what I mean? Trying to railroad somebody who got this unlimited finances is a hard job because they can appeal it. They can get out on appeal bond. They can do a lot of stuff. So, yeah, it's it's plausible. Don't get me wrong. But I mean, it wouldn't be beneficial. Judge would be risking a lot, if you will. Yeah, man. Let's go. Come on, Jane. Hey, they say, so somebody in the chat was talking about Tina Gargos didn't do a good job. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. See how they told us one thing on one. See what they wanted. They said he wasn't smiling. Hold on, y'all. He was even smiling and he was laughing, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Here we go. Look. 10:38. 2 minutes, a moment ago, Combs was smiling, even laughing. Now he puts his head in his hand. So what was on the post-it note? And when will it be docketed? Did he get a deal? Ladies and gentlemen, could it be what we thought it was going to be? Could it be a mistrial? Could they agree to giving him time served and then letting him go, or whatever kind of deal in his favor? Listen, a moment ago, Combs was smiling, even laughing. Now he puts his head in his hands. That's one of them things like, boy, phew, I'm out. I'm off the hook. Ladies and gentlemen, what do we have here? Let's see if we can find it on the next docket. You know, because we got two opinions always better than one. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Are the naysayers wrong? Are the naysayers wrong, man? Have the haters just been hated out? She not gonna testify no more. She gonna come on direct, and I told you, huh? They're back. No jury, no witness yet. Look, Combs just put his head in his hands. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have here? Hit the like button, hit the share button, Straight Game TV. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Let's see what happens, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Will Diddy walk out the courtroom today? Will he walk out the courtroom today, ladies and gentlemen? Will he walk out the courtroom today? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up. Tell a friend. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What they gonna say? Okay, let me see. Woo! The judge, Miss Garagos, are you ready to proceed? Okay, so it really wasn't nothing. Combs Ignafalo, he had this discussion in the back. Mr. Combs was not present. I would like to lodge this objection. We litigated this over the pseudonym. Judge, let's take a step back. Judge, I can clear this courtroom if we need to. Ignafalo, no need. I will conform my comments to an open court. A reason trials and names are public is so people who were there can come forward. We objected to a pseudonym with Mia. Now this. So what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Wow. Okay, let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. He said we objected to a pseudonym with me, and now this. What's going on, man? little courtroom drama, right? Okay, hold on. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Combs Ignafalo. The events in the hotel room on January 24th, 2024. I appreciate the balancing, but we maintain the constitutional right to a fully public trial, that a fully public trial remains. We don't consent to these events that they should not be fully public. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, something's going on. Something's going on, ladies and gentlemen. The events in the hotel room on January 24th, 2024, I appreciate the balancing, but we maintain the constitutional right to a fully public that a fully public trial remains. We don't consent to these events. These events should not be fully public. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Somebody got caught doing something. Somebody got caught doing something, ladies and gentlemen. Ain't no need to clear the courtroom. No, let's talk about this. Let's talk about it. Let's give them something to talk about. Let me see. So say basically the judge just asked Combs Garagos if she was ready to proceed, but Combs Ignafalo said he would like to lodge an objection. The judge then says they would pause a bit. Currently, there's an issue with the pseudonym use, to which the judge said he could clear the courtroom if needed. Something's going on, man. Something fishy, dude. Wow. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. Combs Ignafalo, part of the public, he said, a part of the public nature of the trial is for the information to reach the public so other witnesses can come forward. I wanted my client to hear this. A judge, Miss Comey, as long as as your answer remains no, we are fine. AUSA Comey, their argument to say that the name is an attempt to harass a judge, and this event in the hotel is not one of the alleged acts of sex trafficking, right? It's just collateral. It's not a real concern. Comey, the identity of those there is not a defense. So, we make of that what we will. Let's see. We, like I said, we getting too, on this one, it says, Combs, Ignophilo replies, there's no need to clearing of the courtroom. I will conform my comments to an open court. The reason trials and names are made public is so people who are there can come forward. We object to a pseudonym with Mia. Now this, right? Ignophilo, with regards to the events in the hotel room on January 24th, 2024, although we appreciate the balancing, we maintain that the constitutional right to a fully public trial remains. We didn't consent that these events should not be fully public. Somebody done did some shit they wasn't supposed to. Now they trying to cover their ass. That's what I think. Basically, somebody done did some shit they wasn't supposed to. Now they covering their ass, and they trying to backtrack, and they want to do over. Nandy J, intelligent hoodlum. Universal ass. Sucker for sneakers. Welcome. Hit the like button. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. The prosecution basically said their argument to say that the name was an attempt to harass. So they still on that. Let's see what we got on the other. Yeah, this is a great stall tactic. I mean, if they want to make an issue out of something like this is supposed to have been gotten underway a while ago, man. What are they doing, man? So I'm thinking that they might want somebody to testify under a pseudonym when they didn't agree to it, and they're trying to change it up now. So that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, because they talking about Mia. Somebody was dead at one of the freak offs in January 1st, 2024 that they didn't tell. Okay, here we go. So that's what I'm saying, yeah. A rebuttal witness to rebut the testimony of somebody Check it out. So they're waiting for Jane. So I guess she will be testifying. It said, while we now wait for Jane, this issue of identifying a cooperating witness, bringing forth rebuttal testimony from those who learn about it through the press, came up in USA versus Perez. So I guess they were arguing precedent or, in the situation about somebody's supposed to be coming up from what I guess they learning in the press or whatever. While I say, I guess, I don't know if we're going to hear more about that. Seeming to be a bit much of nothing, if you will, or something, if you will. This issue of identifying a cooperating witness, bringing forth a rebuttal testimony from those who learn about it through the press. Let's see what happens, man. Yeah, this is ripe for an appeal, man. This is ripe for an appeal. They said, one outlet said that Diddy didn't look happy. The other one said that he looked happy and put his head in his hands, and you know what I mean? And so, like I said, that's a good sign, if you will. I'm wondering what the I guess the government is trying to hide somebody behind a suit now. And I think the defense wants it to be well known and well established as to what it really is. That's also interesting. The judge, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, all rise. Jurors, I apologize how long this took. We did things to save you time. Jane, you are still under oath. Proceed. Here we go, y'all. So it was a much of nothing burger, actually. They got the suspense up. Combs, Teeny Gergos, good morning. Let's look at your message where you said, I feel as your lover, I wanted to please you. Push through. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving through. We're moving through. Combs Garagos. What you really wanted was the cuddle with Mr. Combs. Jane, our intimate time. Garagos. Tell me about the mobile TV you got him. Jane, it was an LG cordless. And you can move it around. Garagos. And see your movies on it? Jane, yes. So they talking about the movies I guess they used to watch. After they had freak offs, basically, they would watch movies. She bought him a TV. Said it was an LG TV that you could move around. I guess they could watch the freaky deek movies that was going on, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Kim West. Yaya Kids in the building. Craig Tillman. Mo Better. Antonio Anderson. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We over here. Still waiting for the update, ladies and gentlemen. See something, man. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Girl goes, after Cassie's lawsuit went public, how were things? Jane. She said, I came to find out that another woman had the same experiences I had. I put out the energy on him, and he was already down. So resentment. Everything was hard. Girl goes, a hard month? Yes. Still waiting for the update, ladies and gentlemen. Twitter is bitter. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I wonder what, it might have been some information in there that they didn't tell us, in regards to that. I'm wondering who this cooperating witness is that would have some kind of rebuttal that they want to use a pseudonym on. Basically, for somebody to come forward and say they knew something about some information in regards to, I don't know, freak off, or they was there, they weren't there. Basically, yeah, they still on the hard month, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. The thumbs up is much appreciated. I appreciate everybody coming through with the gavel coverage. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Combs girl goes, let's play the voice note. Sean Combs' voice basically says, I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want to make anyone feel like this. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life. Girl goes, are there more messages like this? She said yes. So Diddy was basically saying he didn't feel you wasted your life. You know what I mean? That's what she kept telling him. You know, she wasted her life. He said, I don't want you to feel like this. Let's end this cycle so that you don't feel like that. And she also is confirming that there are more messages like this. I guess with that same tone, if you will, right? Yeah, I don't understand it either, a universal act. Mark Jag in the building. Deborah Kim. Ray Johnson, what's good? Brandon Carter. Well, I think, at the end of the day, when you think about the popularity, the money, the attention, uh, the stories, the salacious headlines, all of those things play a factor. But like I said, that has no bearing on the truth or evidence, right? When you think about the bigger picture, right? It's like, okay, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. Garrett goes, did Sean often say to you, I'm a solutions person? I just want solutions. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you wrote, I tolerated, I took on a lot in those rooms. Please don't discredit me. And he wrote, never discredit you. Jane, yes. So she wanted credit for the free calls. Amazing. She said she don't discredit me. She basically, that's crazy, right? Think about it. She's like, don't discredit me. I put a lot in them rooms. Don't discredit me. I need my credit. For whatever that means. Like I said, we sitting here listening, y'all. Okay, we back. We back, ladies and gentlemen. On the other feed. I've been waiting for this. There you go. Garrett Ghost, play the audio. She said, and this is a little bit more accurate. Combs' voice. I don't want to be in a relationship like this. I don't want it to make anyone feel like this. Let's end this cycle so you don't feel like I wasted your life. Garrett Ghost. Any more messages like this? Yes. Just 1 minute ago. Garrett Ghost. Did Sean often tell you that he was someone who was focused on finding solutions? Jane, yes. You mentioned that you endured a lot in those situations and asked not to be dismissed. In response, he said he would never dismiss you, right? Jane, yes. She wanted credit. She didn't want to, she seemed like she didn't want to be disassociated with that situation. She wanted credit for being in the situation, according to what she just said. There you go. Check it out. Hold on, y'all. Getting to the money. Get to this money. This money right here, man. Check it out now. Hold on. Check it out, y'all. Garrett Ghost, you wrote that you wanted $100K for each year you felt was wasted. Listen, y'all, she wanted money. Here it is. Boom. Explosion. You wrote you wanted $100K for each year you felt was wasted. In total, $450K. That was your message, right? Jane, yes. Oh, wow. To hell with the $10,000 for the rent. To hell with the $10,000 a month for the allowance. Hold on, y'all. Look at this shit. Garrett goes, you mentioned having thoughts of self-harm, and he responded by telling you not to, saying he cared. Jane, I'm not sure about that. She was sure about that $450,000. Man, come on, man. This girl's a money grubber, dude. Come on, y'all. Hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Let them know we over here reporting on nothing but the facts. Let them know, ladies and gentlemen, we over here reporting on nothing but the facts. When asked about, you mentioned having thoughts of self-harm, and he responded by telling you not to, saying he cared. Jane, I'm not sure about that. Wow. Wow. Man. Check it out, y'all. Man, y'all see it right here. She was out for the money, man. Wasn't about no love, man. Whatever, man. Here we go. Look, check it out. Garrett goes, you mentioned not having friends during that period. AUSA Comey objection. Garrett goes, let me rephrase. You said you shared your feelings with Sean because you didn't have others to talk to. Jane, okay. Garrett goes, and Sean continued to pay your rent. Jane, yes. We getting to the nooks and crannies, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we getting to the nooks and crannies. Yeah, man, look, you see it? Is that right, Tanya? We were saying that yesterday. Yeah, she a mess, man. It you know, it's past being a mess. It's a disgrace. It's pathetic, actually. She wanted money like they was getting a divorce, y'all. She wanted to be paid. She was like, I need $100,000 for every year I wasted. Oh, now you wasted your time? See, once again, that's that revisionist thinking, right? I need a $450K. You know what I mean? Wow. So, you know, at the end of the day, how does that make her look? And so my question is, what was Diddy answer? Wow. She wanted $450,000, y'all. I want $100,000 for every year that I wasted my time. Hold on, listen. You know, the cold part about this, you got to read. So she said, you wrote that you wanted $100K. Listen, for each year you felt was wasted. And once again, we back into these feelings again. Not that was actually wasted, that she felt was wasted. Well, hell, she could have felt like she wanted $10 million for each year. She could have felt like she wanted $1 million with each year. That doesn't make it so, because you felt like that I felt like I wasted my time. Of course you can feel like that. And some of that might be true, but you also had the opportunity to be able to say, you know what? I'm not doing this no more. She testified during the direct that she had talked to Diddy about, I don't want to play this part in your life no more. Yet she stayed around. She could not escape that lavish luxury lifestyle that she was living with free rent, free clothes, high-end trips around the world. Come on, man. She lived a jet-set lifestyle, right? Hold on. Listen, y'all. Are we still dealing with this money? This money. All about the money. Ain't a damn thing funny, y'all. Listen. Gargos, you said you received $9,000 from Bear. Somehow you knew since your modeling days, correct? Yes. Gargos, did you do any work in exchange for the $9,000? No. Gargos, was the rapper you referred to close to Mr. Combs? Yes. Amazing, boy. So dude's just going out here giving out $9,000. Oh, man. She out here just working dudes, right? That's crazy, man. She was using her Asian persuasion, huh? She was using her Asian persuasion, man. God have mercy. She wasn't giving up nothing. She was just taking. I mean, other than, I guess, her body, if you want to call that. If that's an asset, it's not. It's a liability. But, you know what I mean? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So, yeah. Yeah, hey, might have been him. He said Bear. That's what does Rick Ross go by Bear? Wow. Amazing. Say they pointing out the money because they want to show that she was money hungry, y'all. That's all. They want to show that she was basically money hungry, and it was all about $1 for her. Yeah, that's crazy, man. Sad. She was kind of conducting it like they were in the divorce. Basically, she was like, I want $100,000 for every year that I felt like I was wasted. Not that it was wasted, that she felt like. You know what I mean? And like I said, how do you quantify that? Well, I feel like I deserve X, Y, and Z. You don't deserve a goddamn thing. The man paid your rent. He gave you a $10,000 allowance. You couldn't even budget that. Said she had 3 credit cards. I was just trying to pay off my debt. How in the hell was you in debt? Because she was just spending, and couldn't get past her own motherfucking self. It's sickening, man. That's crazy. The man, you paying $10,000 a month for your rent. You ain't even got to pay rent. She ain't stacked none of the money he gave her, And then at the end, she talking about, well, I feel like, I should get $100,000 for every year I waste. What? Wow. Wow. Check it out, y'all. We getting to it, ladies and gentlemen. Look. So a video is shown to the jury, but there's no sound. There goes. Sean and this rapper recorded together. Is he an icon in the music industry? Yes. There goes. Were you aware that Anton was with this rapper and his girlfriend / wife when you went to a birthday party with them? Gotta see what you say about that. Said I felt like I should get $100,000 a year. It wouldn't even have mattered. Check it out, y'all. It wouldn't even have mattered. He could have gave her that money. She would have been broke before she knew it. She wouldn't even know what to do with the money. Garrett goes, when Anton was having a sex with the woman, how many people were in the room? Jane, around 7 or 8. They were just watching. Garrett goes. She said they were just watching. Garrett goes, the rapper was flirting with you, right? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you exposed your breast to the room. Did someone ask you to do that? No, it just happened in the moment. Oh my God. She's a, woo! Are you out here exposing? She out here doing exposés, right? Garrett goes, what did the rapper say to you? He said he had always wanted to sleep with me. Garrett goes, so he had a crush on you. Jane, yes. Ooh. She flashed the boobies that 50 paid for. Did 50 pay for him or did he? What's going on, y'all? Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, y'all. We finding out about people's innermost activities here. We call it winter tramptivities. Wow. She's a breezy brizzle. She's a breezy brizzle. Wow. My goodness, the gracious, the Lord. Yes, Lord. And she's in the building. Doing what it does and making it do what it do, baby. She gonna make it do what it do, baby. Hold on, y'all. Here we go, boy. This is getting interesting, man. They say Tina Garagos saying, Tina Garagos is exposing her for who she actually is. See, like I said, not the revisionist thing. Hold on, check it out now. Garagos, how did Cabral come into the conversation? Jane, they asked if I knew anyone else involved in that lifestyle. I said yes. At the time, I believed Cabral was trustworthy. Ooh, Gary goes, they. Were you referring to the rapper and his partner when you said that? Jane, yes. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, hey. Say anything goes when it comes to, because pimping ain't easy. Nah, I don't think she was recruiting. I think somebody was trying to recruit her from that perspective. Yeah, that's what I see. Yeah. This is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. This is very, very interesting. Hmm. Ba-da-ba. Waiting for the information to come, ladies and gentlemen. We can bring it from the other side. It's all good. Garrett goes, there were candles on the walkway, Jane. It was very romantic. His heart was beating. Garrett goes, was your heart beating as well? Jane, yes. I was just about to say that it's all painted pink and silver. A 5-course dinner. What I wanted from my lover. Combs, Garrett goes, no ecstasy at dinner. No, none. Garrett goes, afterward you took a pill and he took a pill. And Dawn came over, yes? At 1 star. Yeah, she said, yes, at 1 star. Garrett goes, you said you were willing to have sex with Dawn because of the birthday party. Jane, yes, it was nice. Come on, man, what the hell? Woo, wait. Mm. Mm. Check it out, y'all. Girl goes, why did you think they asked? They have since the vibe or heard that Sean and I were involved in that lifestyle. Girl goes, you flew to Miami around your birthday, right? Jane, yes. And he organized an extravagant birthday celebration for you. Jane, yes. And that's when we were back at this right here. And so There were candles, and then you go from there. There were candles in the whole 9 yards. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, for the tangle web we weave, boy. Yeah. And I guess it ain't not the only celebrity, but she ain't the only woman. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Garrett goes, this is between you and Paul Arthur, in which you ask, do you have plans for Valentine's Day? Jane, right? Garrett goes, you said you wanted to see Paul as a person. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you said after Cassie's lawsuit, you saw changes in Sean. Yes. And what were they, Jane? So she said basically after the lawsuit, the Cassie filed, she saw a few changes in Diddy. And basically we're trying to find out what they were, if you will. Wow. And you know the funny part, the most interesting part is listen to me, and remember I was just telling you guys, I was like, this is not people do this all the time, right? What Teeny Girl Ghost just pointed out is very important. I don't know if a lot of people are paying attention. When she pointed out the fact that this other rapper and some other people, and she said she thought the dude Cabral could be trusted, based on the fact that they were also involved in this lifestyle, which proves it wasn't any kind of sex trafficking. There was a lifestyle. So the guy, he always said he always wanted to be with her or whatever have you, right? You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's very interesting that she pointed that out. She admitted that they were into this lifestyle. She had thought that they had heard that her and Sean were also into this lifestyle, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? There was no sex trafficking going on. It was a lifestyle, as she called it, right? So once again, that's why the prosecution was trying to get in that something from a diary, if you will. And that she felt obligated 98% of the time. Well, she just said that there were other people who were involved with this lifestyle while she was sitting there. Listen to me. She wasn't with Diddy this time when she was in Vegas watching. How many people were in the room? It was 7 or 8 people in the room watching dude have sex with this one woman or whatever, right? So there you have it right there, ladies and gentlemen. Combs Garagos, you said Sean would write to you, I'm single, I'm polyamorous, and that hurt you. Jane, yes. Garagos, after the lawsuit, he went to saying, we are in a relationship, you are my girlfriend. That meant a lot to you. It did. So the fact that she was in a room in Las Vegas with this rapper, his wife, girlfriend, or whatever you want to call it, and all of these 7 other people watching some guy have sex with some woman shows that was a lifestyle that they were involved in and not some kind of sex trafficking ring, if you will, from that perspective. So, womp, 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 womp. Crazy. She said she wanted 450,000. Give a damn about all of this love stuff. I need the money. I need the money. I need the moolah, y'all. The moolah. Huh? She wasn't playing. I'm just saying. He got all that money. He could give me some. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Like I said, so they played a bunch of head games. But like I said, once again, I just found that it was interesting that she was in Vegas without Diddy, going to whatever this thing was that they was in this room watching this guy have sex with this girl, and it was like 7 other people in the room. And she called it a lifestyle, that they were into the lifestyle, right? So she knew exactly what she was into. And it wasn't about no sex trafficking. It was a lifestyle. So, hey, I know 50 Cent got to be like, man, like, damn. You know what I mean? Like, at the end of the day, you got to be like, damn. And like I said, people be like, yeah, 50 let his girl. Like, nah, I don't think you could say, but now you find yourself competing with another dude to try to outbuy the next dude. You competing now to outspend him on the, yeah, like, really? You know, you trying to out trick another guy and to prevent her from being who she really want to be and the activities that she really want to be involved with. That's a recipe for disaster. The reason why I say that, because some people's in the chat, they was like, 50 let his girl be out there like that? Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. Ain't got nothing to do with 50. 50 wasn't going to, so he got to try to outspend Diddy, you know, to keep her respectful to herself and her child and all of those other things. That's crazy. Doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Kane, what'd you say, Kane? You fellas, you can't out trick a billionaire. Yeah, it's like you trying to out trick a guy and, you know, trying to keep her and, oh man, go on, let her go, man. You know, you and like I said, a lot of times, you know, Kane, back to what you saying, Kane, a lot of times, you know, people think that they can, but you can't. And then you see that the end result is not what they wanted anyway. You know what I mean? Yeah, we don't know who the rapper is though. It's definitely Kanye. You say? Yeah, absolutely. That's crazy. I mean, you know, I mean, to each his own. Everybody gonna do what they're gonna do. Like I said, you know, a lot of people not gonna admit it, but yeah, if that's the case, man, I'm gone. I'm done. I don't want to be with her. You got to be kidding me. You might as well go and really participate and buy yourself a woman of leisure. Like I say, they don't pay her to go. I mean, they don't pay her to come. They pay her to leave. You know, you don't pay a prostitute to stay with you. You pay her to leave without no emotions, feelings, or anything like that, right? So, you know, like I said, that's why when you look at this situation, you can see it simply wasn't that. And, you know, her being in a situation where they sitting in a room and she's not with Diddy, you know, tells me that, you know, yeah, they was involved with the lifestyle. Like I said, it is what it is. And like I said, most people had, you know, what the media was kind of pushing was like it was this big party, these white parties, and this what was going on, and you know, so on and so forth, right? You know, yeah, that simply just wasn't it. It got blown out of proportion. Oh, he was like, oh, I seen such and such at the party. You see that picture? And none of that was true. And you got to kind of feel like, you know, your mind or you were taken advantage of based on what you thought was going on, was simply wasn't the case. That wasn't what was going on. So now what? You know, now what we holding on to? You know, the next story that the media promoting about something that ain't true. Oh well. Oh, well. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Garrett goes, when you saw the video of Mr. Combs laying hands on Cassie, you felt sick. I did. Garrett goes, that was not the man that you knew, right? Jane, right. Another sidebar. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, while they in the sidebar, like I said, I'm telling y'all about this book, right? This book right here, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. The video interview is over on the Art of Dialogue. I conducted the interview with Donald Richardson, no relation to me. It's a fabulous book, ladies and gentlemen. The interview is great, very informative. There was a lot of things that I didn't know. He talks about Diddy and some of the intimate details that Tupac had talked to Mr. Richardson about, Donald about, from that perspective, and a host of other things that, like I said, it kind of, puts the piece of the puzzle together, before Tupac went on to Clinton Correctional Facility. Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. It's on Amazon, ladies and gentlemen. Readers are leaders. Like I said, for me, I bought the book. I thought it was very interesting. And so, like I said, the interview's over on the Art of Dialogue. Check it out when you get a shot, when you get a chance. So, sidebar, sidebar. That's where we at, y'all. Pretty soon they're gonna be going to lunch. So this is a side note. Defense plays sympathetic voicemail from Combs to Jane. The defense played a voicemail that Combs left for the witness, appearing to show the music mogul was sympathetic to her feelings about Ventura's bombshell lawsuit. Combs said that he hoped they could mend their relationship so you can move on with your life, so you don't feel like I wasted your life, according to the message. He asked Jane, what will make you feel better? So that's the context. I think. Let's see. He asked her, "What will make you feel better?" So Diddy was basically trying to, get to the bottom of it, right? Amazing. So now check this out. Another piece to put it in its proper perspective, right? Jane says she flew on a music icon's private jet to Las Vegas in January 2024. Defense attorney Tina Gargos revisited the January 2024 Las Vegas trip. Jane, one of Sean P. Diddy Combs' accusers, testifying under the pseudonym, confirmed she went on a trip with her friend, and they flew on the rapper's private plane. She said Combs was unaware of the trip because they were on the break at the time. Gargos asked if the rapper was an icon in the music industry and very close to Combs. Jane agreed. She confirmed the trip was for the birthday of the rapper's girlfriend / wife. Yeah, I think somebody was saying it was Kanye West. It loosely sound like Kanye West. I wouldn't say that it was or wasn't. Don't know. Yeah, but if Ye come in the courtroom and testify, that could be a bombshell. Because that's what they were talking about. Somebody coming in being a rebuttal witness from that perspective, and who that is, we don't know. We don't know, man. We don't know. We don't know. You don't know? One can use their imagination and speculate, right? But it sounds like Ross. Yeah, it could have been. You never know, right? She says it says wife / girlfriend. That part right there is the wife / girlfriend. Is the part that if you want to read into that, makes it interesting, if you will. So they're still in the sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, this just in, right? So, the judge overseeing the Harvey Weinstein's criminal trial in Manhattan on Thursday declared a mistrial on rape charges against the former Hollywood movie mogul after one of the jurors refused to continue a deliberation. The mistrial came a day after the jury convicted Weinstein on separate sex abuse charge. It also acquitted him on a different sex abuse charge. So he's guilty on some charges, but they couldn't come to a conclusion, and the judge issues a mistrial on the rape charge. Very interesting. Wow. Very interesting. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the sidebar. Here we go. Garrett Ghost, you remain in contact with Mr. Combs after the video. Jane, yes. Garrett Ghost, you stayed in Miami with him for a few days, then left. Jane, I did. Garrett Ghost, he flew to L.A. in June with his children. Jane, yes. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. The thumbs up. Definitely appreciate everybody sticking around, tuning in. Shout out Tootie Gardner, Fatima Barrett, always in the building. Mo Better, Anthony G, Born King, Kai Hype, Deborah Kim, Letitia F, Tootie Gardner, Tanya V, Miss Coffee 123, Craig Tillman, Alina Maddox, Fact Check TV, SK Simmons, Kill Rob 123, DJ Crazy K. What's good? Who else? Chris Francis, Ravens Fan 22, Ready Red, Mark Jag, Intelligent Hoodlum. Anybody I forgot, let it be known. Yaya Kids is definitely in the building. We didn't see you yesterday, Yaya. What's happening? Kane, Brandon Carter, Tory Love, R&B in the building. Good afternoon. Let's go, y'all. Here we go. Garagos, fair to see Mr. Combs posted about his road trip with his children on social media. Jane, yes. Garagos, this is a photo of how you set up the house. Some set up by you, some by Jonathan. Jane, yes. Garagos, and this is a big bottle of a Cliquot? Yes. Some Vouv. The orange label. Femme soir, French champagne for the campaign. Ladies and gentlemen, we're having champagne for the campaign. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Garagos Combs. And this is a photo on the patio, right? Jane, yes. Garagos, you were drinking champagne. Jane, yes. Garagos, now it's 8:30 p.m. Already dark outside. Tequila shots, but no ecstasy yet, right? Jane, right. Garagos, Jonathan brought the candles. Yes, she said. So all of this is allegedly happening after the casting tape was released. So we have an accurate timeline as to what's going on. Another side note that says Combs threw a birthday celebration that felt like prom. Witnesses said the witnesses fondly recalled Combs throwing her a birthday celebration that felt like a prom in Miami in March of last year. The party included a 5-course dinner and music, and Jane called it really sweet. The celebration was so moving, Jane said that she was okay with hooking up with the sex worker, Don, at Combs' direction due to his generosity with the party. So she was a party favorite, is what she's saying. I don't know. Looking for that info, kinfolk. We got a we got a snapshot of that bottle, that champagne for their campaign they was having, right? This is how they was doing it real big. Boom. So she was having champagne with her campaign, man. when she, side note, ladies and gentlemen, Jane testified she went on a trip to Las Vegas in 2024 with an unnamed rapper for a birthday celebration. They flew on the rapper's private jet. She said Combs was not aware of the trip because they were on a break. Jane said the rapper was close with Combs, she added. Antoine, a sex worker who had done hotel nights with Jane and Combs, was at the birthday dinner. Jane testified later Antoine had sex with another woman while several people watched. She said earlier Judge Aaron Samranian sided with prosecutors when they argued that the identities of the rapper and his friends should be kept private while discussing this incident. I don't think so. Why would they want to keep it private? That's the question. Like, so that was what the argument was. These people at the party, why would they want it? Because then now you could possibly call them as a witness, right? Wow. Amazing. This is crazy, man. Check it out. Here we go, y'all. Garrett Ghost, play the video. Music and voice of Combs. Champagne, Boston Celtics, Garrett Ghost. Half an hour later, you were fighting, right? Jane, yes. Garrett Ghost, you testified you called him a pedophile even though you knew she was not underage. Jane, right. I'm so glad they got to this, right? She was mad. So she called, I don't know who she was referring to. It could have been Young Miami. And so they drank tequila, champagne, and basically what she's getting to is basically saying play the video, music and voice of Combs, Champagne, Boston Celtics, Garrett Ghost. And half an hour later, you were fighting, right? Jane, yes. You testified you called him a pedophile even though you knew she was not underage. Jane, right. So she's saying shit that ain't true because her feelings hurt. Okay, once again, I feel like saying something. I feel like, right? Man, if you ever wonder why your relationship might not work, man, it might be because of that sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. You know, it's crazy, man. How she gonna call that man that? And wow. Goes to show you that people will say anything, right? Check it out now. Here we're getting into the violence that she inflicted. The only piece of violence that they ever had, she kicked it off. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A girl goes, and you pushed his head into the counter, Jane, into the counter of marble, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be clear. Of marble, even though the young lady was not underage, he was not a pedophile. She pushed his head into the marble. Jane said, yes, I did. Girl goes, you had never had a physical altercation with him, right? I had not. So the physical altercation that came about, she initiated it, right? Oh, so Diddy ain't that bad, is it? He ain't that bad, is it? I'm saying, I mean, you know, he ain't go upside her head like he went upside Cassie's head, did he? Later on, I believe he did, you know, right? Girl goes, you push medium hard. Jane, yes. And you threw a candle at him. Jane, yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, it would be your best theory that a man shouldn't put his hand on a woman, and a woman should never put her hand on a man. That's what I believe. I believe everything can be talked out. Right? She called a man a pedophile. Right? Knowing that what she's saying is not true about what she's saying it about. And then she pushes his head into a marble counter, right? I mean, it's not gonna work. if she did that, then right now she's testifying under oath that she started the physical confrontation. That's not gonna work. Listen, she is of legal age. What Jane thought was of no mattering consequence, ladies and gentlemen. It didn't matter. You know what I mean? She's inciting violence. She's actually initiating violence. Right? So, I mean, you know, like I say, you want to give somebody the benefit of the doubt until they open their mouth, right? So it's best to be thought of something than open their mouth and relieve all doubt. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to put this on the other end of the foot now. So will Jane be looked at like Diddy in reference to what happened to the Cassie video, even though it's not on video? No. Right? Will this be taken as serious as people wanted to paint Diddy out to be this appalling individual, even though the video is appalling? Right? But we also heard that Bonds, who was Diddy, what's the name, said that Cassie hit Diddy too. Diddy testified to Jane that when the video came out, that she had hit Diddy too. Right? I mean, you know, this is what came out in the testimony in here, not what I'm saying. So I'm asking, you know, the chat will this be seen as the same thing? She called a man a pedophile, knew it wasn't that. Right? She pushed his head up against the marble thing. He ain't did nothing. They never had a violent in 4 years, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, since 2020, in 4 years, he never had a violent incident with this woman. I'm just saying. So maybe we did catch a one-off incident or two-off incident or whatever that was, or you know, from what Bonds and all of these other people, a simply volatile situation involving alcohol, involving drugs and all of that. So it's funny, man. I'm just curious as to how people gonna see it, because, you know, when the shoe was on the other foot, it seemed like people want to see it for whatever reason they want to see it for, man. So I just think it's very interesting. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. Garrett goes, when you say you locked the door, what was it, a button? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, so he did not force, she says, so he did not force a physical lock, but a button lock. Right. Now, when she explained that during direct examination, she didn't describe it like that, ladies and gentlemen. She described that it was some more sinister shit than it actually was. The exaggeration clause again. Here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Right. What was he saying? That I'm crazy. A lot of yelling. So you wouldn't think that someone would consider you being crazy, and not literally, but acting crazy, right? When you pushed his head up against the what's her name and called him a pedophile, right? I mean, I think he kind of got off on that shit too, if you want to be perfectly honest. That I'm crazy. A lot of yelling. Are you going to the closet, Jane? Yes. Wow. Yeah, because doing during the direct examination, she made it look like he broke down the door, broke the lock off the door. You know what I mean? Like I said, you got to be careful about the information, how people, want to tell you the story, right? It's not always what they're telling you. It's what they're not telling you. Let's see. And you know what? And another reason, I don't think they wanted to mention who the rapper was in that room. Because if they mention him, right? You know how Kanye West, if it was Kanye West or somebody with Rick Ross or somebody like that, right? Then now they can come out and start speaking about the case. Start speaking about that certain situation. And then guess what? The prosecution or the defense, or I would say the defense could call him as a rebuttal witness, right? I don't think they wanted that. So now they like, that's what they were talking about. First y'all wanted Mia to be a pseudonym, right? Now you talking about you want this rapper to be a pseudonym involving something that really shouldn't have been what that was. A lot of people on these other channels talk about they can't wait till Tina Gergo says nothing further. They hate to hear, boy, they hate to hear that truth, man. That truth get up underneath their skin. When it don't go their way, they like, I don't want to hear no more of this. I've turned this off. I really don't want to hear no more of this. Man, people tripping, man. People be tripping, man. Garagos, after the altercation, and you ran and hid behind the wall, Where was your phone? Jane, back in the house. Girl goes, when you went back, you saw Mr. Combs. Jane, he was out on the street. Girl goes, this had been hours. It had. So now, y'all, listen, y'all, I want y'all to listen to this now. When they explained it on direct, they didn't explain it like that. They explained it as if it was all in a succession of action, like one thing after another. Then she got on the phone, and then she, it was all then. It happened all at once, all in a succession of act, and it didn't. She just testified, this had been hours. Wow. And so the prosecution, once again, being deceptive in the way that they're handling this case, basically saying, so this had been hours. Where was your phone? Because she said she called her on the phone and was saying all type of stuff to her. Amazing, man. Wow. Side note, she said one of Diddy's accusers testified under the pseudonym, testified that an argument that they had on the night of June 18, 2024, she estimated that by the time the argument began, and they had each already consumed 2 shots of tequila and at least 2 glasses of champagne. Jane confirmed that the woman they were arguing about, who lived in Miami and was able to spend more time with Combs because of her proximity, she also confirmed that she and Combs had argued about this woman before. I think it just was a ball of emotions that night, she said. And there was a lot of resentment for so many things, right? They don't, boy, I swear to God, they don't like to hear what really happened, right? As long as they can get a busted up ass version of what they think it should be. Yeah. That ain't all that she called him, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. She confirmed that she called Combs a pedophile, even though the woman was not underage. She also called him disgusting and a monster. When she felt like the fight was escalating, Jane went into her bedroom, locking the door. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that's not what happened. Whatever news organization right here is that's pushing this, right? They say when she felt like the fight was escalating, no, she testified in court that she escalated the fight. You see how deceptive news media can be? When she felt like the fight was escalating. Boy, I tell you, man. I tell you. Woo-wee. Be careful about the media and the information that you consume. Right? So she said it had been hours. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Girl goes, you were angry and screaming, called him a pedophile. Jane, I called him a monster. Girl goes, but he didn't kick you again. He didn't. Girl goes, you punched him in the back of the head and he punched you. He punched me twice. Oh, she's initiating violence, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have to say about that in the chat, ladies and gentlemen? I'm just curious, man. You know, when the shoe on the other foot, man, everybody got something to say, man. Come on, man. Help me out, y'all. Help me out. What we got to say in the chat? What we saying in the chat? Huh? She said, Miss Ty said she need to go somewhere and heal her soul. Oh man. Warner Foundation, welcome. Miss Ty, welcome. Wow. YGA, laughing out loud. Ready Red. Deidre James. Y'all see it right here, like I said. She made it seem like, he had done a whole bunch of old stuff, man. Like I said, once again, I'm looking at some of these other headlines, man, and one says when she felt like the fight was escalating. Not when she escalated the fight, ladies and gentlemen. This is how deceptive news media can be. Then it says defense attorney Tina Garagos asked Jane to confirm that Combs has not touched her at this point, but kept saying, "Are you just not going to talk to me?" Right? Listen, says, "Yeah, are you just not going to talk to me?" Wow. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to do it like this. Check it out. Just so that you know. This was a hell of a... Gina Garagos know how to leave them cliffhangers. They are breaking for lunch, ladies and gentlemen, and I think so should you. But more importantly, we will be back after lunch. Please do not go nowhere. Like I told you before, pick up the book Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. Great read on Amazon. Check out the interview on the Art of Dialogue, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your presence. I appreciate your patience. And more importantly, I appreciate your time. We're going to be back. We will be back. A straight game.
Life is like cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. They're back, but before the arguments, the jury has come back in. The headphones, they're setting up headphones in the jury box. Defense wants to play them something sealed at the end of their cross-examination of Jane. Combs is sitting surrounded by half a dozen of his lawyers. I believe they're going to play one of them sex tapes, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they're going to play one of those sex tapes. And everybody is not privy to hear that information, if you will. So, yeah. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Thank you for tuning in. We appreciate your time. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely. So, as we get ready, still waiting on it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what they're doing. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. Let's say Sean Combs, more on the robing room seal fight in the Las Vegas hotel room. Another iconic rapper and his wife or girlfriend, and Anton, anonymous Jane, referred Cabral, said Sly to them as part of the lifestyle. Wow. Oh, she was giving referrals, ladies and gentlemen. She wasn't recruiting, she was giving referrals. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. I guess that might come out under when Diddy's allowed to present his case. So. When you say rapper slash girlfriend, I agree. Somebody said earlier in the chat that rapper slash girlfriend, wife slash girlfriend, sound like Kanye West, to be perfectly honest with you. Don't know if it is. It sounds like. Let's be clear. E Styles, what's good? We back. Turnstile said we back. Cutie crash out. Still on the stand. Yeah. That's what it sounded like. Said cutie crash out. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We rocking. So they're gonna be playing some kind of tape, audio tape, or something like that. The judge, I understand the government says we can break earlier tomorrow, so we don't have to deal with the evidentiary issues now. Let's just finish Jane's testimony, bring the witness Jane back out, Girl goes, cross-examining. Let's go. While you fought, Mr. Combs was yelling, you were trying to get me to never see my kids again, right? Jane, yes. Girl goes, you said he was dragging you by your hair, right? Jane, yes. I was telling him to stop. Girl goes, you got his phone. Yes. Oh, so she grabbed his phone. That's what it was. Okay. Aha. So now we understanding what really happened versus what they want us to think happened during the direct examination. So she got a hold of his phone, but this was some time later, if you will. So, wow. Okay. Combs, Garrett goes, and you call the woman in Miami, Jane, yes. So she grabbed his phone, not the other way around. Remember, the other way around, Diddy allegedly took Cassie's phone. She taking Diddy's phone from him, right? Garrett goes, you asked her, did you go to the Grand Canyon with him? I'm asking you woman to woman. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, and she said, you worry about the wrong things, woman to woman. Jane, yes. So young Miami wasn't giving up the goods. She wasn't cooperating with the what's the name that Jane was putting down, huh? Wow. Sound like the Jewel song, Woman to Woman. Jane, I told her he's beating my ass. Then Sean hung up the phone and she called back multiple times. His phone lit up. Combs, Garrett goes, did she call you a bitch? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, did you talk about her previous relationships? Jane, maybe. Wow. Wow. And you know what? You know what this is exposing, right? She's jealous of her boyfriend. She wanted $400,000 for every year she felt like she wasted. I got a question. How many years did he waste if she felt like she wasted 4? So it was a waste for her, but a benefit for him? I'm trying to weigh that out, if you will. Somebody help me out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking, what's going on? You calling the other woman's phone. You know that's against the player rules, don't you? Combs Girl goes, then after you called Jonathan, you were in the shower naked, but Mr. Combs was in pants. Jane, shorts. Girl goes, and you called him a son of a bitch. Jane, Just a bitch. Whoo, volatility going on in the situation. Garrett goes, okay, just a bitch. Then he slapped you. Jane, yes, hard. Wow. The volatility, man, is just crazy, man. Toxicity all over the room, ladies and gentlemen. He say, the funny Young Miami's response to her was, "You worrying about the wrong things." Wow, crazy. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. We up in here. Let them know we here. Yeah. Yeah. She had to clean that up. She cleaned that son of a bitch up. What? I don't know if Diddy mother in the court. He was like, nah, I called him a bitch. I ain't called him a son of a bitch. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. That's all we ask. And we move on. Combs Garagos. Then he tells you to put on an outfit, Jane. Yes. Garagos. And he grabs your phone. Jane, he went into the messages and said hi to Anton in the text thread. Garagos. It's about the night in January you sent to in Las Vegas, yes? So now they're getting down to it, right? Woo! So she go through his phone. He go through her phone, and she go through his phone. Diddy. Uh-oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Combs, girl goes, how far is it from your home in the gated community to the gates? Jane, a minute or two. Girl goes, so like half a mile. Yes. I drove and let Anton in. Champagne and tequila, but still no drugs, right? Right. Well, I wouldn't say just for this. I mean, the way they made it sound and seem, didn't they make it seem way more sinister than it actually was? Oh, they sold it, didn't they, man? So you got to know that everybody was behind the narrative, whether they knew the truth or not. That's the crazy part about it. You know what I mean? Everybody was behind the narrative. Every news organization, well, I wouldn't say news organization because they were only reporting what they had, right? But at the end of the day, when you think about the big picture, they were basically, because of his violent behavior and da-da-da-da-da-da, and they released that video to shape the public's opinion. They shaped the public's opinion with that video. And so, there was nothing to be had. But like I said, hey, here we are, right? Here we are. Here we are. Yeah, here we are. So I wouldn't say that they did it just because of her. Yeah. They talking about the rapper now. The rapper. Who's the rapper? Combs, Garrett goes, you and Sean got into the bed, going to the bedroom. You told him you went to Vegas. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you told him you flashed your breast. Hello. No, not then. Not then. Not then. And I didn't do it right there. Hold on. Let me tell you what happened though, because it's more to the story than that. Everybody was flashing their breasts. So I joined in on the party. I'm just saying, right? She said, not then, girls. So you told him you referred Cabral to the other rapper. Not yet. Oh, no, I ain't tell him that yet either. It actually, hold on, wait a minute. Because there's a little bit more to this than what's in that thing you're reading and what you... Ladies and gentlemen, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, she was out here Rasputin and highly recruiting and getting her. Oh, she was making recommendations. Were they giving commissions? Huh? And so whoever the rapper was trying to holler at Diddy's girl. I think Diddy gonna out him. Who was he? Yeah. This got interesting, man. Not yet, because it wasn't time in the script that we was doing in that room at the hotel. And then I was going to tell him like a week later when things kind of simmered down, is what she said. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Lord have mercy. What a tangle web some people weave, boy. Garrett goes, did Mr. Combs did Mr. Combs tell you at, she said, did Mr. Combs tell at your, how could you go to another man's freak off? Oh, okay. So I guess Diddy was mad. Like how the fuck can you go to another man's freak off? And did you tell me you went to another man's freak off? How could you go to another man's freak off? Jane, yes, he yelled that. A girl goes, then you say, Sean told you, then you say, girl goes, then you say, Sean told you, go out and fuck him, and you said no. Jane, I said no. Then he pushed a pill in my face. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow, wow, wow. So basically they're saying that freak offs was a thing. Whoever the rapper couple was, / girlfriend / wife, we know who that kind of is, and we kind of don't know who that is. And there's been some assumptions. People saying it's Kanye. Some people say it's Rick Ross. We don't know as of yet. That was one of the things that they were arguing earlier in regards to a pseudonym for the rapper name, like I said, who's not even involved in the case unless that person is going to come and testify a little bit later down the line in this trial. So she was being sneaky, man. Same thing Cassie was doing. Cassie was dealing with, Kid Cudi. It was all a relationship of opportunity, man. A girl goes, this was the first time you didn't have an intimate moment with your partner after the entertainer left. Jane, she says, yes. Girl goes, and he said again, I can't believe you went to another man's freak off. Jane, yes. Girl goes, talking about that rapper. Yes. So this evidently was whoever the rappers was freak off, right? And watching or whatever they do when they doing what they doing, voyeurism or whatever that is. And she attended the event. Oh wow. And she didn't tell Diddy. So ladies and gentlemen, how did we get here? How did we get here? This is crazy. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Share on your Facebook. Share on your Instagram. Share on your YouTube. All of those places. Your what you call your WhatsApp. Whatever apparatus that share button right underneath where they allows you to share with. Share it on there. Tell them we over here Straight Game TV, kicking nothing but straight game. Absolutely. Very much appreciated, ladies and gentlemen. Well, she didn't. I don't know if she participated and she had sex with anybody else at that situation, right? But she said, how could you go to another person's freak off? Meaning, I think just attending, like I said, it hasn't come out yet that she engaged in any kind of sexual activity, if you will, from that perspective. So we're gonna see in a minute, what that is and what that isn't. Hopefully. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving along pretty swiftly here. I love it. Tina Gergos is going somewhere, right? Here we go. Gergos, he just kept saying, how could you have gone to a rapper's freak off? Yes. After that, you called and texted each other. Jane, yes. You went to see him and broke up. Jane, we had 8 or 9 hours of breakup conversation. Okay. Woo. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. She wanted to talk about it, man. She wanted to talk about it, man. He wanted to talk about it. Let's talk about this. You all in these streets. She out here belonging to the streets and stuff. Out in them Vegas streets. You know them Vegas streets be dangerous. Y'all know them Vegas streets be dangerous. All up in the streets. Talking about yippee yi, yippee yo, yippee yay. Give me a freak off, let me take it away. Wow. They had an 8 or 9 hour breakup conversation. So hold on. Remember earlier she said that she wanted $100,000 for every year. She felt like she wasted her time, ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, I just had to ask the question, if she wasted her time, then what did he do? She out there inviting people to freak offs and recommending and freak off companions or freak off hires or whatever the hell you want to call it. So what did he do if she wasted her time? You see what I'm saying? You see how slanted shit is? And people look at certain things to their own benefit? Amazing, man. Simply amazing. Eight or 9 hour conversation, man. A pow wow, the bang bang, the boogie, say up jump the boogie. Cause Shorty is a rookie. Hello. Gary goes, you saw him traveling with another woman in Wyoming and it upset you, Jane. I was at home with a black eye. Gary goes, you hadn't had forced intercourse with Anton. It was forced oral sex. This is what she's alleging. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Hit the thumbs up. Let the people know we over here straight gang doing it like it's supposed to be done. No filler, no chaser. Just straight up and down. Gang information. The truth as it is. And you can make your own determination. We ain't trying to tell you what to do, what to believe. Yeah. Winter, spring, summer, fall. Yeah, she is telling Cassie's story. No, she's actually telling her story. But see, because Cassie's story, we've seen part of it at the hotel at the Intercontinental. This young lady is talking about how she initiated violence. So it wouldn't be Cassie's story to a T. It would be similar or somewhat that, right? And so it would be disingenuous for her to say, well, that somebody was telling she was telling somebody else's story, or somebody was telling her story. Her story differs a little bit, but somewhat the same. Somewhat. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Garrett goes, play a video, not for the public to hear. They have on headphones, the jury do. We hear nothing. Garrett goes, I will read his response. Mr. Combs says, I'm not going to belittle myself for someone named Bear or for my friend, that means the rapper, right? Jane, yes. Hello. Getting to these facts, y'all. These pesky facts make a lot of people want to run away, man. Just a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Let's go. Where we at? So Diddy basically say he not going to belittle himself for the shenanigans that she involved in from that perspective. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it. Garagos, Mr. Combs wrote, sorry I didn't take you on the trips. I was tripping. The baby daddy. You know, you and KK would have talked yourselves into paranoia. You didn't get along with KK. Jane, I didn't. Garagos, put on the headphones and press play. Ooh, it's getting right down evidentiary up in here, man. Right. Yes, it's getting right evidentiary up in here. Yes, indeed. So unfair that we can't really hear what they're saying. You know, you have a trial and then, I guess it's to the jury if you want to, whatever, but, So it says the court staffer hands Jane headphones and they restart. Combs is leaning over listening to the same headphones as Agnofilo. Combs, Garagos, pause there. You bring up OnlyFans there. You'd been on it for 4 to 5 months, earning well, right? Jane, yes. Hold on. Let's go. Yeah. It's coming out, y'all. She like Diana Ross. I'm coming out. Oh, man. She said, She said, you've been on OnlyFans there. You had been on it for 4 or 5 months, earning well, right? I wonder if the next question is, did you tell Mr. Combs that you were? Oh, man. Here we go, y'all. We moving along quite swiftly here. A girl goes, you asked him why he couldn't balance it. Hotel nights and private travel. Jane, right. Girl goes, you wrote, did the other girls just pressure you more for trips? And I didn't. I just want to know where I went wrong. Wow. Wow. I told you she was competing. Man. Amazing, dude. She said, I just want to know where I went wrong. You ain't go wrong nowhere. You started tripping. He was honest with you. You couldn't handle the whole weight. Who much is given, much is required. See, that's the crazy part. Now she want to try to change him, change the game. You know what I mean? She ain't even got a job. What's she talking about? Oh yeah, she did have OnlyFans, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean? He didn't need her for anything. You know, he didn't need her to go half on the bills. You know what I mean? What if he said, yeah, I need you to go half on these bills? That's where you went wrong. She would probably been like, but you rich. That's beside the point, man. Chris Francis. I wouldn't say the life he had, the popularity, if you want to consider that, anything. Like I said, give me the money any day before I would want to be popular. I would love to have my anonymity, my privacy. You can go live anywhere in the world, you know what I mean? From that perspective. So, if a person is craving celebrity, I mean, I would think he's been that long enough at the end of the day. I think he'll never be taken, I think more of a problem than anything, he'll never be taken serious from the perspective of, just being that guy that, you know what I mean? Like, dude, you like, anytime he around other men now, it's like, they kind of feel leery around him. You know what I mean? Like this dude, I mean, we heard about, she said that she thought he was bi-curious and all of that, Garrett goes, Mr. Combs said that that is my friend. I was okay where we should stop. Now press play and stop. No sound to the public gather. Garrett goes, you said we broke up and I went to one birthday party, not with the rapper, but with my friend. So they still talking about when she went to the birthday party or whatever in Vegas and they watched the freak off thing. And he basically saying, Combs said, that is my friend. I was okay where we should stop. You know what I mean? So basically he's saying that she hanging out with his friends now. You know what I mean? And so on and so forth. But see, she's so conniving because she trying to paint it like, oh, no, but I was with my friend though. No, you were with your friend and y'all was with the rapper on his private jet with his girlfriend / wife or whatever. That's what he's talking about. Behind his back. It wasn't about what she trying to justify. See how people try to justify things, man? That's not what he was saying. He's saying, yo, you went behind his back from that perspective. Now wow. A girl goes, you wrote, I didn't even have anything postable. You meant Instagram. Jane, I did. Girl goes, you wrote about your child's father. You said, I'm in my late 30s. I don't have time. Play more video. No sound. See, she crushing her now because she crushing her with her own words. You see what I'm saying? See, it's one thing to try to say something now, but when you were actively in it to win it, you know what I mean? You had all different feelings and emotions. Who she, portraying right now is not the same person she was. I would say possibly, but no, I would say, yeah, I would say about 12 months ago, you know? Well, yeah, 12 months ago. Because I think the last situation she said was like June 8th of 2024. Today is June what? 12th. So a little over a year ago. Crazy, man. Moving on, y'all. Let's go. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel. Hit the thumbs up button. Appreciate y'all. Gara goes, that last part, that's about your child's father. Jane, yes. You wrote, I just wanted to travel with you. Jane, yes. You send the clown emoji and said, listen, good God Almighty. Oh, they got her ass. They got her ass. Look. You wrote, I just wanted to travel with you. Jane, yes. Girl goes, you sent the clown emoji and said, if I fucked more, I could have gone on trips. Wow. Boom. Explosion in the courtroom. The jury, if I fucked more, I could have gone on trips. So what was really going on with this? What y'all call them 304s? I never really seen that. Then I looked at it backwards. I'm like, oh my God. 304. You flip it upside down, then you got a... They say 304. If you flip it upside down, then you got a what? Oh my goodness. I say, oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, click the like button, click the share button. We over here at Straight Cane TV. Look, if you have not subscribed to the channel, man, hit that subscribe button. Did you hear what she said, man? She said, not only that, she sent the clown emoji and said, not the clown emoji, and said, if I fucked more, I could have gone on trips. Take it and run with it. Have fun with it, ladies and gentlemen. All of y'all been talking about, oh, Diddy did this. He sold her that. No, she was coming with her A game. She was on the OnlyFans. She was trying to be his only woman and trying to have her, trying to have him as her only man. Man, Mike Larry in the building. My business in the building. Yeah, there goes the coercion lie. Absolutely, my business. Absolutely, no coercion here. Because if she fucked more, yeah, I could have gone on trips, you dirty, stinky. Oh, she was trying to play him to the left. Didn't she play herself with that one? Ooh. Lord have mercy. Lord. Y'all got to hit that like button, man. Y'all got to hit that share button. If you had not subscribed to the channel, man, please do. Please do. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you very much for tuning in. I appreciate you. Hello. Ooh, wee. Jeannie Gargo. Who said they didn't like Jeannie Gargo? Huh? Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Look, check it out. Listen, y'all. Hold on, listen. Jeannie Girl goes, then you went to Miami and stayed in the Four Seasons. You chose that hotel, right? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, oh, you took drugs and laughed and danced. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, you were finally getting the princess treatment you wanted. Jane, yes. Listen to this woman, y'all. Listen to this woman, man. You were finally getting the princess treatment you wanted. Yes. Combs, Garrett goes, and then you told Mr. Combs that you really missed Paul. Oh, my God. She wants to freak off again. Huh? Jane, I had taken ecstasy, but I did miss Paul. See, on side of the drugs, this is what you were really feeling, not somebody else, whatever it was you was thinking or whatever, right? Huh? Oh, my God. You called Paul and he came in a few days. You were at the 2-star, Jane, yes. And it felt good. A love fest. Jane, yes. Lord have mercy. Where's the coercion? Where's the sex trafficking? Ladies and gentlemen, help us out. They told us a lie. They finagled us. They bamboozled us. If she don't have whole credentials, she damn sure got whole potential. This is crazy, y'all. Give me 1 minute, ladies and gentlemen. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Man. Ooh. Boy, this is you couldn't script this. You couldn't script this. You could not script this, man. This is a life all of its own, man. This is a life all of its own. Wow, 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 wow. A love fest. Huh? If you like I said, a lot of people want to be like, you gotta be calculating with this thing. A teeny girl goes is surgical with this shit, man. Ain't she? No. Then now you got to be treated like the princess that you wanted to. So your whole thing was jealousy and money. What about love? It's a love fest. Is that what you said? Huh? And it felt good. A love fest. Jane says yes. Not maybe. Remember earlier in the testimony, she was like, maybe. She said, no, there's no maybe about this here. Huh, ladies and gentlemen? It was a love fest. Lord, 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 Lord. Lord have mercy. Man. I think about Tupac, man. I think about Tupac right now. I think about if Tupac was living right now. Oh my God, he would have a field day with this. He would have a field day. Hey, Tupac would have a field day. After knowing that they had probably been there's probably many of things that could have happened along the way, or whatever have you, right? But I'm just thinking like how he was and knowing certain information, and thinking about hit him up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just was thinking about that. I don't know. It just crossed my mind, man. Yeah, it just crossed my mind. Pac will have a field day with this one. Lord have mercy. I was thinking about the last interview that Tupac did with Rob Marriott, and he was talking. He was talking about Biggie. He said, and when I got locked up, the next 2 months I coming out, and he's a don. He's talking about Biggie. He's a don on his records, but you don't know who shot me. And then he was like, he's not a popper. He said he called himself Big Papa. Pac was like, he's not a popper. He didn't start having bitches until he had some money. So I just think about like some of the stuff that Tupac said, and then I think about what's going on right now. It would just be, man. Yeah, it's crazy. Crazy. Uh-oh. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, hold on, here we go. What she said? Garrett goes, on June 1st of this year, the day before my birthday, on June 1st of this year, you had a new memory. Listen, I told you that this revisionist testimony. Listen, on June 1st of this year, you had a new memory of Mr. Combs splashing water on you, right? If I may explain, did you tell the government, did you tell the government that on June 1st? Yes, just on June 1st, ladies and gentlemen. I don't need you to explain. Just did you tell the government that on June 1st? Yes. See the bullshit. The bullshit about to be exposed, man. See? It's about to be exposed. Y'all talking about Sarah Chapman is the girl. I don't know if Diddy had her first, Tupac had her first, but yeah, they mess with the same girl. Sarah Chapman was beautiful. Diddy got a baby by Sarah Chapman, actually. From what I understand. Brandon Carter in the building. Yes, Lord. Y'all, we seeing it, and look. But yeah, people are off their rocker, man. Or they on the ecstasy or something. I don't know which one it is, brother. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, let's rock with it, lean with it, roll with it. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Share this on your Instagram. Share it on your Facebook. Wherever they let you share it at, share it. Okay, here we go. Look, check this out. Uh-oh. Garrett goes, why did you call yourselves Kobe, Jordan, and Shaq? Why are you Kobe? Jane, because I'm the best. Oh, man. Shaq and them got to be laughing. I know Shaq and them having a ball with this one. They say, why are you Kobe? Because I'm the best. Hello. Garrett goes, and why is he Jordan? Because he's the best. Garrett goes, and this about Pamela Anderson, Melon's laugh. Oh man, Combs Girls goes, what do you say? I wrote, you are definitely my Michael Jordan, and I am a Kobe detox weekend. Girl goes, you say good morning, handsome. And he says, can you please find a therapist? Jane, yes. We loved each other, but there was toxic stuff. He told her, could she please find a therapist? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Wow. Damn. Like Florida Evans, right? Damn. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate each and every one of you guys here today, man. Diddy told her find a therapist, man. Anthony X in the building. Scorpio Girl 07. Man, delusional. Nah, I'm not gonna say she's delusional. I'm not even gonna go there. Oh, she's very meticulous and calculated. Yeah, I mean the drug use is the drug use, right? You know, all of them were using drugs, but Diddy included. But here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I think we didn't hear the snag in the road there, boy. We didn't hit snag in the road there. Garrett goes, but it ended on a positive note. Listen, but it ended on a positive note. Yes, it did. Garrett goes, no further questions. Hello. Got her. But it ended on a positive note, didn't it? No further questions. Boom. Explosion, ladies and gentlemen. Judge redirect. USA Comey sidebar. Judge. Yes, they need it. I would think that they will be coming back with the redirect. But it ended on a positive note, didn't it? Yes, because Diddy might have gave her that money she wanted. He might have gave her that $450,000. He gave her that, and guess what? On the redirect. I think she didn't bring that up yet, but she knows that. I don't know if he gave her the money. So Diddy might have gave her some money, and Tina Gergos just didn't go there yet. She gonna let the prosecution do a redirect, but she's calling for a sidebar, y'all. They at the sidebar again. They ain't at the main bar. Ow. Man, this is interesting. This is very interesting because you find out, people's most inner workings of their mind and the things that they think about. Yeah, man. Yes, indeed. Money. Some people, what he said, got to have it. the OJs, right? Said some people got to have it, man. Excuse me. Some people really need it. Man. That money boy, huh? They're gonna be all right once they get it. So they think. They think when they get the money, they're gonna be all right, man. They don't know you can find yourself in more trouble than not when you didn't have it. That's right. Don't they? That's the song, man. Shit. Crazy. Yeah. Unfortunately, man. She said, but it ended on a positive note. And she said, yes, it did. No further questions, Your Honor. This lady that you guys have propped up here as a victim, no, it ended on a positive note. USA called me like, the hell with her. Can we have a sidebar, Your Honor? I bet you she wants to have a sidebar about that 98% I felt obligated. It ended. See, now check this out. I want you to understand what just happened for most people that really, and some people get it, some people may not, but just from my perspective, I'm going to tell you what just happened. That last part of what she said, if you look at it, right? You see the top part. Then you told Mr. Combs, you really miss Paul, had ecstasy, all of this, right? And it felt good. A love fest. She said yes, right? Teeny Gergo said, but it ended on a positive note. And Jane said, yes, it did. Gergos, no further questions. I want you to understand, there's nothing that the prosecution can now go back and say about anything, because she just summed it up of how the situation ended. And it ended on a positive note. So no matter what we went through, because it was toxic, and Diddy told her what? Girl, you need to find a therapist, right? She said because there was some bad things, but the situation was toxic, right? But then Jeannie Gergo says, but it ended on a positive note. And Jane said, yes, it did. So now, where can the prosecution go with her? Nowhere. We already know that it was toxic. What, you gonna go back over the freak offs again? We already know all of that. Now you're really reaching because you really don't have the predicates that you need to show that it was sex trafficking or that it was coercion. She said, what? If I fucked more, I would have got to go on trips. And Jeannie Gargos got her to admit, and then you went to Miami and you stayed in the Four Seasons and you booked that hotel. And now you were getting treated like the princess that you were, right? She was like, yeah. So that takes away the coercion aspect of what they were trying to prove. She said that out of her mouth. She wasn't coerced to be doing a goddamn thing. She was doing that and she knew what she was doing. And she said, maybe if I fucked more, I would have got to go on more trips. Right? Diddy told the girl, you need to find a therapist. Right? And Jeannie Gargos ends it with this cliffhanger. But it ended on a positive note. Out of all the things that we've been through, all the freak offs, all of you going to the parties and all of that, and the only violence that was had was provoked and started by her own admission. So where does the prosecution go? Because we already know about the violence. They went over the violence. Teeny Gergos just went over that and got her to admit, you hit him first. Yeah, he hit me. I called him a pedophile. He wasn't a pedophile. The girl wasn't young, underage, or none of that, right? Right. So where do they go? Let's see. I think if the prosecution is smart, they just leave it alone. But they can't. They can't. They're trying to get that 98% I felt obligated from them notes. And if I'm the judge, I wouldn't let that in. You know, it's like you're trying to put some, like these notes from her, what's the name? No, we're talking about live testimony right here, right now. And not only that, but communication. See, if it's communications between Diddy and her and she said whatever, then that's fair game. That's fair game to be allowed in as evidence, just like what Tina Garagos was just doing. Most of what she relied on was communications, video communications, voice messages left between those two, not some notes created in the thing. That these are my feelings and what I felt when I was thinking, because she just got to admit. But it ended on a positive note. And she said, without a doubt, without stuttering, stumbling, or pausing, yes, it did. No more questions. Right? It didn't end, her saying what she was being trafficked and all of this other stuff. And like I said, she said, maybe if I would have fucked more, I would have went on trips. Because she was mad that the other girl, Young Miami, went to, the Grand Canyon. Plain and simple. Wow. Here we go. Look, check it out. I told you. I told you. They're trying to get more. I just told you what they was going to try to do. Look. Here it is right here. The judge to the jurors. You may have a comfort break and avoid the white noise. Jurors leave. Prosecution, Comey. The cross argued that this witness had a motive to lie. It opens that door to that one sentence. I told you she was trying to get that one sentence in there, didn't I? I told you she was trying to get that one motherfucking sentence in there. And the reason, look, no, Your Honor, no. The motive that she tried to lie. Earlier in the what's the name, she said that Diddy lied, right? They look, your case is weak and you know it. You just got exposed, man. The prosecution. The cross argued that the witness had a motive to lie. They didn't argue that she had a motive to lie. The evidence showed, right, that she wasn't truthful in some of the matters involving Diddy. Like when she went to the party. Did you tell him that you went to the freak off? No. Did you tell him that you went there with his friend? No, not then. But she told him later. Come on, man. Stop it. Judge, how does this go to an event months later? Comey, it's on their point that Jane is shading her testimony to correspond with the government's theory that she was coerced. No, you don't have coercion. She just said it. I told you. I told y'all. Pay attention to what's going on, man. I told y'all, man. I told you. They don't have coercion. She said, the judge is asking them, how does this go to an event, to an event months later? This is months later. This ain't got nothing to do with what they were trying to argue. You absolutely, Tanya V. You can't clean this up. This is what this is because it is what it is. It is a walking, talking, quacking duck. Period. Point blank. You see, they were trying to, I told you, they were trying to tell a story about a narrative. This is what you call vetting your witness. How does this go to an event months later? The prosecution, Comey, it's on their point. It's on whose point? That Jane is shading her testimony to correspond with the government's theory that she was coerced. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not true. This is interesting, ladies and gentlemen. This is way past interesting, you know? They want, you know, the sad part about this is they want her to have been coerced. It's not get the hand. Even if it didn't happen, the government wants it to have happened, right? That's what's so crazy about this. You can't tell me that you give that much a damn about Daphne Joy, aka Jane Doe, allegedly, presumably, and all. You can't tell me you care that much about her that you want her to have been coerced. Coerced into doing what? She said herself, maybe if I fucked more, then I would have been able to take on trips. The jury heard all of that. He wasn't doing nothing to her. He didn't coerce her to do nothing. She knew what she was doing. I can't even see how the government could come back and try to work around that. You know, this is simply what she said. It ain't what they put in her mouth. It ain't, this from your iPhone notepad or none of that shit. This is actual testimony, audio, messages, text, back and forth that correspond with what was going on at that particular time. Oh man, this is crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Well, no, Cassie's not the same as Jane. In a sense, like I said, everybody knew what they were doing when they were doing what they were doing. I just think Cassie's situation got a little, for whatever reason, she knew about it. Her why she left and all of those things. Diddy seemed to have put up with a lot with her. She put up a lot with Diddy. Him cheating on her cheating on him. The football player, Kid Cudi. I don't know if she ever slept with Michael B. Jordan. I don't know. You know what I mean? But whatever it was, that's simply what it was. And so from that perspective, it is what it is. Yeah. But I mean, trying to Monday morning quarterback this thing in the sense that, yeah, I don't see it. I can't even see it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they say they taking the break, man. They need a break, man. Hey, man. I need a break, man. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out, like, you know, yo, they want a statement basically said that I felt 98% obligated. I don't know, for the people who just came in, there's a statement that Jane allegedly wrote in her notes that says she felt 90% obligated, or 98% of the time she felt obligated to have sex, right? And then what Jeannie Gargos basically got her to admit to is that she said that if she had more sex, that she would have been able to go on trips and stuff like that, right? So she felt some kind of way about that, you know. And yeah, it doesn't work well, because the jury already, Jeannie Gargos basically put it in the jury's head already. They can come back and say, well, she said this, but they talk, what they listened to was some stuff that happened in real time while the relationship was going on and all of that. What these notes is something that she'd say, oh, go, you wrote this, right? So what did you mean by this? You know, that's the crazy part. I'm wondering how, and then once again, then Jeannie Gargos gets to come back and do a recross. So, one has to be careful about what they're saying. Jane has to be careful. She don't want to get caught out there. So check this out, y'all. Look at this. So just 2 minutes ago, the judge, Miss Comey, how long do you anticipate your redirect? Comey, half an hour. Judge, let's take a break first. Shapiro, Your Honor, may I? But the judge is gone. So she said she's going to take about a half an hour to do her redirect. And the judge like, let's take a break first. So ladies and gentlemen, they taking a quick break. I'm not going nowhere. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Hey, you know what? Let me give you this. Check this out. This just happened, ladies and gentlemen. On a side note, let's be clear. On a side note, Senator Alex Padilla was just manhandled. As you can see right here, this is a United States Senator, ladies and gentlemen. He was trying to ask the Mrs. Nome, Christy Nome, a question. And they basically manhandled him, put him in handcuffs, got him up out the room. This is major breaking news right here. Here at the full, they pull up. Putting them up on the floor, on the floor, telling them to get down on the ground. That's a United States Senator, ladies and gentlemen, of California. Democrat Senator of California, y'all. It's crazy, right? They arresting senators now. Wow. Watch that again. Just for trying to ask a question. Ladies and gentlemen. Wow. They basically told him that there was no recording live. Wow. Crazy, right? Nah, he just tried to, they don't have nothing on him. He just tried to ask a question. And they rustled him out of the room. People always do that. It's always got to be something more. It's never what you just saw. It's something else. You know what I mean? I choose to go by what I just saw, man. He got locked up for, I didn't see him hit nobody or nothing like that. I think they were inside of the FBI building, if I'm not mistaken. because the officer was telling him, "Yo, no videos inside the FBI building." So, yeah. Mike Larry said, let them fight the cartels." Huh? Yeah, Diddy. Say Diddy run the city, huh? Did Diddy run the city? Diddy run the city, man. Diddy run the city. Taking a break, man. Patience is key, y'all. Patience is key. So the judge is going to make a ruling on whether to let that evidence in the case. Before Jane's last round of questioning, the lawyers once again debated whether a note. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Whether a note she wrote on her phone in late 2023, ladies and gentlemen, in late 2023, can go into evidence, basically saying I felt obligated 98% of the time. That still does obligated what? Obligated to do what? Right? She could say, what did you mean when you wrote that? I mean, wow. And so this goes to coercion, I guess, whatever, man. She wrote in reference to her freak offs or hotel nights with Sean Combs and other men she wanted he wanted to watch her have sex with. The defense has argued that the evidence is not admissible. Prosecutor Maureen Comey contends that the note has extraordinary probative value and is necessary to counter the defense's suggestion that during Jane's cross-examination that she was trying to shade her testimony to please the prosecution. Right? No, that doesn't. What do you mean? Like, did somebody say that they were trying to shade it? If they went directly there, then yeah, but they didn't say that. So I don't understand what that is. That's crazy. And the judge plans on making a ruling on the issue after a break. can't wait to see what the judge decides on this situation. Here we go, ladies. Check it out. They talking about something. Let's go. So they're back. Judge, defense. In what way did James' lawsuit constitute the type of influence as in the Tomey case? Combs Driscoll. She could still file a lawsuit. Judge, the application to admit the exhibits we have been discussing is denied. The government has not brought forward any authority on this. So the judge has just denied that bullshit ass statement that they wanted to bring in, right? Because she still can file a lawsuit. Wow. Tomey versus United States. Very important, ladies and gentlemen. When precedent has already been set, this is what you call great lawyering on Diddy's behalf, ladies and gentlemen. Point blank, period. Now, may we continue with this recross? Because she can't go there. Let's see if she tried to slide it in there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if she tried to get slick. Yes, Lord. So that was just denied. It was tried and it was denied. You see it right here. The application to admit the exhibit we have been discussing is denied. The government has not brought forward any authority on this. They just had their feelings. You see the difference, ladies and gentlemen? The government just felt like it was very probative, if you will, right? They felt like it was probative. But the defense put up Supreme Justice, the Tomey versus United States case from 1995, ladies and gentlemen. This is how you lawyer and win. All of that other, what you feeling, and that's what I was telling you about when she said, well, I feel like I deserve, no, the government felt like that they should be able to bring that in. But Diddy's defense team put up case law, right, that argued their side of the argument. And therefore, it was not allowed by the judge. Plain and simple. So people saying that the judge is biased, he's not biased. I mean, like I said, listen, I'm going to tell you like this. Once again, if he would have allowed that in, if the judge would have allowed that in, that statement into court, right? They put up their argument, basically talking about, and see, the judge knows this. This is the difference between when somebody says something about something and you have the facts on your side. So, say for instance, the judge let it in. They argued their case, Tomey versus United States. If the government would have put up a case, now we got a formal argument involving case law, not involving what somebody says or popular opinion or what they think or any of those things, right? So the government has not brought forward any authority. The authority is case law. The authority is not the judge. The judge is there to judge. So when they said that, they brought out the Tomey versus United States case. And so it's not about being biased. It's about great legal minds lawyering on behalf of their client or on behalf of the state or the government. And we just seen that right then and there. You know, learning moment, man. It's a learning moment. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody being biased. Once again, a lot of people choose to use their feelings. It's not about your feelings. It's about facts. It's about the authority. It's about case law. You know, and this is how people are freed all the time, because there's new case law and precedent being set every day, especially at the Supreme Court level, right? So one must understand that. And when something has been decided, usually by the Supreme Court, it is the law of the land. And usually those cases trump any other kind of cases as far as state or federal cases, if you will. Yeah, now he got some great lawyers, man. I mean, we've seen it. Like I said, you know, people was talking about Tina Gargos, but they over there doing that thing, like I said. And I like great lawyering on both sides. It doesn't matter, right? If somebody's coming, but like I said, once again, it seems that the government's lawyers are dealing with more feelings than they are facts. They're dealing with revisionist testimony than they are the testimony and the factual testimony that happened during the time of what was going on. The defense is presenting text messages and emails and voice messages of things. The government did that too, but they did it to the point where they were only trying to point out something. It wasn't nothing really factual about what they were saying involving coercion, fraud, sex trafficking, none of those things. What Jeannie Gargos just did was like, it was powerful, because she got her to admit that, hey, you know what? She said it on the tape. This is a tape of her talking, right? Leaving a message and saying, you know, tell me, where did I go wrong? Maybe if I fucked more, I would have been able to go on trips, more trips with you. You know what I mean? Like, what? That's not coercion. That's somebody who's knowing what they doing. They not being coerced or nothing like that. And then went to Miami, stayed in the Four Seasons hotels. She booked the hotel, and then they had another freak off night. And at the end of that, Jeannie Gargos got her to admit. She said, and it ended well, didn't it? She said, yes, it did. How do you get around that? You know, that's the thing that I'm at. How does one get around that? You know? So hopefully we can move forward now with this redirect. Let's go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The redirect has begun. Let's see what the government got. And we're going to see, you know, what do they have to present. Jane re-enters. Jurors file in. The prosecution, a G101, pages 6 and 7. Pull them up. Can we zoom in? What did Sean write to Paul? Jane, he wrote, I'm going to need you to persuade you. Right? Prosecution, had you seen this before? No. Prosecution, Comey, what did you write to Paul about Turks? Jane, I'm not a robot. Just a mix of tired, hungry, and sore. Just a mix of tired, hungry, and sore, ladies and gentlemen. Next, Jane, to insult me about the bracelet to make me perform, it crushed me. Prosecution, what else did you write? Jane, in that room, I felt like a hoe. Hey, that's what she just said, that if she would have did X, Y, and Z more, right? Let's go. I mean, like I said, she's being used. She's being used, and it's like, it's not beneficial. It's like, dude, this is not beneficial to you. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. A prosecution, Comey. Then what? Jane. The love contract. He's so good to shower me with affection, with violating sex or what she said? She said the love contract. He's so good to shower me with affection, with violating sex exploitation in between. I would compartmentalize the bad stuff. Prosecution. In May of 2021, did you ask for a condom? Jane, yes. Sean resisted, but then gave in. This is her opinion, though. Different from what she just said just now. So she's writing to Paul, telling him about somebody, sex exploit, the love contract. He's so good to shower me with affection, with violating sex exploitation in between. I could compartmentalize the bad stuff. Okay. Comey. But then next time, Jane, he mocked him. Prosecution. Did Sean let you use a condom? Jane, yes. See, but what are we talking? We talking about letting somebody use a condom? What are we talking about, man? They don't have no evidence. What are we talking about? I told you she was gonna go back over the. Did he let you use the condom? Did he? Come on, man. Give me something. Give me something other than this, man. I'm kind of getting tired of hearing the sex stuff. It's like, what? Did Sean let you use the condom? Yes. Did you ever want to have sex with Cabral? Jane, no. Did you fake orgasm with entertainers? Jane, yes. I was putting on a show for Sean. Wow. This doesn't show who Diddy is. This shows who she is. This is somebody who knew what she was doing and benefited from it. You heard it in the last testimony. I wonder what Jeannie Gergo's going to go back over when she does a recross. Or if she even does a recross. She might just say, you know what, no more questions. It's like everything that was just said is like, you know, did you want to have what's her name with him? Yeah, she did. She just said she did. She more scared of the prosecution than she is of the defense. Prosecution, Comey. When did Sean threaten to release video of you? December 2023. I called KK. Prosecution. Sean's drug use. How did you send cues you were tired? What? Okay. Jane, make little faces. Kind of size. Prosecution. How did Sean respond? Push through. One more round. You could tell the prosecution is angry now. They mad. How she asking the questions. You know what I mean? And once again, she's basically going over what she went over the first time. You know what I mean? And she's like, I hope that this works. She's mad that she couldn't get that statement in. You know what I mean? And so now it's like, she got to try to, she goes to coercion. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Like I said, thank everybody for sticking around. I appreciate you guys. More importantly, gavel to gavel every day. Let's go. Let's G.O., man. Let's G.O., man. Taking a while, boy. She looking over them notes, man. Trying to ask the right question that she think gonna stick. Like the Jane make little faces and sighs and stuff like that. She went over that earlier. So this is nothing new. She's basically trying to have a little rehash and trying to make an impact. And as she's doing that, best believe that Teeny Gergos is coming thinking about, okay, she said that and she's gonna come back. If she does a recross, she's definitely gonna come back and hit her with something. Yeah, see. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check it out. The prosecutor. How did you try to avoid setting up hotel nights? I tried to navigate the night to something else. Comey, how many times did you have hotel nights at 200 Mapleton? Just once. A 2-star, 3 times. A 1-star, 1 or 2. That's not work. This is not working for the prosecution, ladies and gentlemen. Did you hear the question? You see that? I mean, for what they trying to describe or whatever have you, right? Look, how did you try to avoid setting up the hotel nights? Jane, I try to navigate the night to something else. Prosecutors, Comey, how many times did you have hotel nights in 200 Mapleton? Just once, right? Prosecution, 2-star Island, 3 times. Prosecution, 1-star, 1 or 2 times. Damn, that didn't. You know, you thinking about hearing 20 times and 15 times. That's what you was expecting to hear right there. I mean, for what they trying to make it as, you know what I mean? Wow. She got to be mad now, boy. They mad now. They like, yeah. It's just not cutting out. I wonder what the headline news is going to be today about the Diddy trial, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be about her saying that maybe I should have fucked a little bit more and maybe I would have been able to go on trips? Or is that too much like the truth of the matter, ladies and gentlemen? Or will it be I was finally being able to be treated like the princess that I always wanted to be treated like? Will it be that? Nah, that won't be it, ladies and gentlemen. It simply just won't be it, man. And see, notice that they didn't ask her, how many times did you have freak offs at your place? Right? Because see, that's an environment, what? That she could control. See what I'm saying? All she had to do was say, my son here, he sleep. You see what I'm saying? That's why they didn't ask that. Let's see if she does go there. Let's see if she goes there. If you're really trying to get these numbers up to make it look like something in your case that you want it to look like, right? No, you're missing the point, Anonymous. She's asking how many times did she have freak offs at various places, right? And I don't know if the next question, if it falls in that if she asks that too, right? From that perspective. So you got to understand in a 4-year period time, right? So we're not really, sinking in with what we understand it. She's asking that as to form some kind of crazy number to make it seem outrageous, right? You see what I'm saying? She wasn't asking. So it's like, okay, so if you're thinking about for all of the times they saying that it was coerced and it was sex trafficking, it was this. She said, well, what? 200 Mapleton. She said once. 2 star. She said maybe 3 times. Prosecution, 1 star, once or twice. You know what I mean? This doesn't sound like somebody who was being sexually trafficked from that perspective. Not only that, but she went to Las Vegas to witness, and then not only that, but referred Cabral to this other celebrity rap couple, right? And what she didn't tell Diddy. So there's a lot of other stuff, like I said, when you look at the big picture of what's going on, it's just not, it's just not adding up. So, like I said, we just trying to see what happens here on Recross, if you will. Redirect, if you will. See now, so from what I'm seeing already, she didn't go there. So now, here you go. Check it out. She started crying again, y'all. Jane, I felt it was unfair. All of the pressure. Prosecution, Comey. What do you mean? Jane, those nights with other men, sobs. I was asking, why do I have to break my boundaries and still you treat me like this? Prosecution. What's this text? The All-Star Fantasy play. And so once again, we already went over this All-Star thing, right? You see what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, she's asking, why do I have to break my boundaries? But 1 minute she's asking, why does she have to do right here? What it's saying, she's saying, what do you mean? So now the revisionist testimony is asking her, what do you mean? right? But when she was on that voice message that Teeny Gargos just played, she was basically saying what? How come, you don't take me on trips? How come I can't go on trips or whatever? She was like, well, maybe if I fuck more, I get to go on trips and so on and so forth. So that goes right there to show that she wasn't coerced, right? And she wasn't trafficked. Because she's saying maybe if she did X, Y, and Z, he didn't say that. She said that. So now on the redirect, so she's saying, she's trying to say, so what do you mean? Those nights with other men sobs, I was asking, why do I have to break my boundaries? Not break my boundaries and still you treat me like this. Minus everything else. Okay. Everything else that we know, right? We know most of the public not going to get all of this information. So this is why when the news media pick certain stuff up, they only use certain stuff. Because they know that most people are going to be like, ooh, and read what they read and take in that information. Right? So what's this text? The All-Star Fantasy Play. We already went over this though. So, USA Coleman, what did you send Sean? A photo of my bloody tampon. Like, this is this shock jock shit, man. Okay. What did you write? I got childcare and said, you pick. Then everything went left. I said, I got my period. I handled the first school week. So, I don't know what the hell that means. I got childcare, I understand that. You picked the entertainer, then everything went left. I said, I just got my period. I handled first a school week. Okay. She just going back over this. She just going back over the free calls, man. Comey, in 2023, did you become more vocal about wanting to stop hotel nights? Jane, yes. He started paying my rent. I had to maintain my livelihood. My partner was in charge now. Y'all hear her, man? My partner was in charge. How the fuck was he in charge? This is crazy. So he paying your rent, he in charge? No, you would. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, man. So before he started paying her rent, what was she doing? Living outside on the curb? No, she was paying her own rent. Right? So now my partner was in charge now. No, he wasn't. But by the sobriety party, how many times did he threaten your rent? Many times. He didn't threaten your rent. Stop it. She lying. See? As if we didn't hear all the testimony before. See, she's scared of the prosecution. Yeah, she's scared of the prosecution. She's like, I don't want them to get me for perjury. They gave me immunity. Right? So say what you gotta say. Or say what they want you to say. And that's basically what they was trying to say before. That's why she wanted that 98% of the time in. Oh, man. How did he threaten your rent? And you know the sad part about this is that they're just making vague statements. And when they went over it, because they went over it in regards to the using the rent as leverage, they went over that, and they didn't find anything in regards to anything being threatened or anything like that. So that she would come back and say, you know, how many times did he threaten your rent? Well, what did he say? Threaten your rent about what? She's taking a long time, man. She's going back over them notes again, man, trying to hit key points. Ain't nothing new. She don't have nothing new. Just trying to hit key points, ladies and gentlemen. Oh boy. See, that's what's taking her so long. Already went off of that look. Comey, the time after you threw up, what did Sean do? Jane, he told me to go back out there and have sex with another man. Uh, Prosecution, was Sean affectionate with you when Anton was in your home? No, Sean was evil. They already had all of this. They had all of, they had already they already went over this, but they already like, no, he was evil. He was the devil. Was Sean nice when he gave you that $13,000 for your birthday? Was Sean nice when he bought you that Bottega Veneta bag and those shoes and that love bracelet? Was Sean nice to you when you asked him for that $450,000? Look, she trying to get slick now. Y'all watch this. Prosecution. When did Sean say? When did Sean say? So I think it's. What did Sean say when he gave you an ecstasy pill? He said, "You're not going to ruin my night. Go suck some dick. Go fuck him. Something." AUSA. How long before that had he put you in the chokehold? Gergos. Objection. Sustained. They already went over that, how long ago it went. They tried to make it, like I said, see, they're trying to revisit that because they tried to make it look like it was like all of this happened in a succession of events, and it wasn't that. So they mad now that that's been exposed in their case. So we waiting on what I'm telling you, she going over them notes, trying to rehash stuff that she went over earlier. I mean, the other day. So let me see. Here we go. Prosecutor, did he choke you with his hands or with his arm? His arm. That's domestic violence, prosecutor. AUSA. You know the funny part? She's focusing on this, but totally missing out on the part where she started the violence. This is crazy, man. This is crazy. Wow. Prosecutors. And in the shower, how hard did he hit you? So hard. Yeah, she's scared. She being coached, yo. She coached so hard. Prosecutors. Then what did he say? He said, get in a fucking outfit. Wow. You know the funny part? But like I said, usually, you said, what did you do or whatever? They ain't even talking about that. Crazy, man. Crazy. Okay, let's see what we got, y'all. Here we go. We got to change over. It does that every once in a while, but I got y'all. Let's go. Comey, when you hid for those 2 hours, could Sean have chosen to leave without a problem? Jane, yes. Prosecutors, did you want to have sex with Anton that night? No. Prosecutions, who forced you? Jane, Sean, why are you testifying today? I received a subpoena and I received immunity. This is funny, man. Yeah. Wow, this is crazy. This is crazy. So what did she say? No more questions. She didn't really have anything to touch on. I told you. Yeah. Told y'all, look. No more questions. Here you go, watch this. Let's see. Hello, she said she did. Listen, watch this. I told you Diddy Gargo's gonna come back on that ass, y'all. I received a subpoena. The prosecution, no more questions. Judge, Garagos, any recross? Yes. Check this out, y'all. Combs, did you go and pick up Anton yourself? Jane, yes. Garagos, was it possible for you to leave? Was it possible for you to leave instead? Yes. Ladies, it's not gonna work, man. I told y'all. Look, you know, and it's a sad thing because when you have evidence before you and you choose to ignore what you see and you just want to go with what you want to go with, it's kind of crazy. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, it's kind of crazy. It just is. You know, it's like your prosecution say, you know what, we're not going to try this case. They have an option to try cases and not try cases. This is the case that they wanted to take on. For whatever reason they wanted to take it on, they chose to take it on. So check it out now. They think they lost us on the other one. We got you though. We got you. We got you right here. Straight game. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Garagos, the only time there wasn't a sexual activity between you and Anton was in January of 2024, correct? That's correct. And Anton drove his car into your compound. Jane, yes? Absolutely. Garagos on her shit. She not playing, dude. She is not playing. Yeah, she ain't playing, man. She ain't playing. She is not playing. Told y'all. The case was weak to begin with, man. So she made it look like it was this ongoing thing with Anton and all of this. Wow. Wow. Great lawyering though, like on both sides. I mean, you got to, trying to prove the case and trying not to, whatever it is. Great lawyering, man. Great lawyering. Great lawyering. I'm suspecting that it should end pretty soon. She's just doing her recross. We go watch this. Back to the money, y'all. Back to the money. Check it out. Garrett goes, did you refer to Cabral to another rapper? Did you refer Cabral to another rapper in January of 2024? Jane, yes. Garrett goes, were you asked if you would give up money to not have sex with these men, but you wouldn't give up your home? Jane, my child and I live there. It's hard. Listen to what she said, y'all. You were asked if you would give up money to not have sex with these men, but you wouldn't give up your home. My child and I live there. It's hard. Girl goes, you get $5,000 a month in child support. Jane, yes. Girl goes, your child's father is a very rich man, right? Jane, yes. Girl goes, did Mr. Combs over 3 years wire you $150,000? Jane, is that all 3 years of mine are worth? Ooh, did you hear what this motherfucker just said? Good God Almighty, boy. Good God Almighty. Did you hear what she just said? Is that all 3 years of mine are worth? She want that money like Cassie, daddy. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 yo. You got it here. You got it here. Straight game. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. Y'all heard it right here. Yeah, y'all heard it right here, man. She ain't never got answer yes or no. The more she talk, the better she is for the defense. I told you she tried to treat it like she was his wife. Like that's all 3 years of mine is worth. Like what you talking about? Crazy. Motherfucker says crazy, man. Right. Okay. See what I'm saying? Hold on. Check it out, y'all. Beautiful. A beautiful way to wrap up the day. Check it out. Listen. Girl goes, you believe you are worth more than $150,000? Jane, does he? Girl goes, what's the most you've made in a month on OnlyFans? Jane, $50,000, but it varies, right? Listen, she telling you she was for sale. This motherfucker, boy, good God Almighty. Combs, girl goes, you say you said you were hungry to indicate you didn't want sex, right? Jane, yes. Girl goes, did Mr. Combs give you food? Jane, he knew what I meant. Girl goes, did he give you food? Yes. Now he's gonna. So you were lying about being hungry then, basically. Boom, got her again. She keeps on with these little lies. Stop it, stop it. Wow. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Very much appreciated. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, Garrett Ghost, did you tell Cabral that sex with him had been great? Jane, yes, but listen, woo. You got Mr. Combs a mobile TV to show videos of you having sex with entertainers. Jane, so I wouldn't have to have sex with other men. Amazing, man. This shit is amazing. Wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Wow. Garrett goes, sometimes you just watch the videos, no sex with other men. Jane, all of it was shit. Oh, she getting mad now. She getting mad now. She's like, all of it was shit. Garrett goes, but did you, Jane, if you can, judge, the judge had to come in and tell her this thing. But did you, Jane? Judge tell her, Jane, if you can, just answer the questions. Jane, yes. Garrett goes, what did you see? What did you see preparing for this? My truth. She said all of it was shit. Oh my God. Woo wee. Man. Amazing. Amazing. Mm. Yeah. Soon. I'm live, Pop. Garrett goes, did you see records of times you did not have hotel nights? Jane, lucky me. But there were such times. Jane, thank God. Ah, wow. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Y'all see it, ladies and gentlemen. You see it in the flesh, man. In the flash. Wow. Amazing. Amazing, y'all. It's a grand day. So we know that this is Daphne Joy. She mentioned that her husband is really, I mean, her baby daddy's real rich. She get $5,000 a month from him. Wow. Amazing. This shit is crazy. This is the real her coming out, though. You know, when we see this, right? This is really how she really feel. This ain't, you know. Because 1 minute she's on one side of the tracks and the next minute she's on the other. So it's only obvious as to she's being exposed and she don't like it. Amazing. So, ladies and gentlemen, you see it right here. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that they've ended the day. So what I'm going to do is this. I appreciate you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in. We will be here tomorrow. We don't know who they bringing or what they singing, right? But we're going to listen to the song. Like I said, once again, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate you. Your boy DELRAY, Straight Game. Like I said, pick up the book right here. Behind the Walls of Tupac Shakur on Amazon right now. The interview with the author, Donald, is over on the Art of Dialogue. Check it out. Like I said, thank you once again. I appreciate you guys' times. Thank you. And don't forget to subscribe to the channel and let them know we over here Straight Gang. Your boy DELRAY, Straight Gang.
Life is like some cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.